Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Yes, good morning. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall on this Wednesday. It's the 5th of November. It's a big hello to you wherever you may be listening on your local SEN Track dial or RSN dial. The RSN app and also the SEN Track app or the SEN app, and where you can watch us live these days, streaming, of course, on the SEN app, our Facebook page and YouTube channel. Giddy Up brought to you by Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead for free and confidential support. Visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Massive show coming up after a big Melbourne Cup day yesterday. We'll tell you the story of half yours. We'll talk to the connections. We'll have a chat to Calvin McAvoy. It is one hell of a story. And wasn't he superb to become the 13th horse to win the Caulfield Melbourne Cup double? Calvin McAvoy will be my special guest to kick off proceedings. And then we'll catch up with half yours as Trapper, a couple of the part owners, and they've all got their own brilliant story to tell. So you'll enjoy that first hour, I reckon. The second hour, we'll catch up with all of our regulars on a Wednesday morning. We'll try and help you back plenty of winners as well. Mick Gannon, I think, might come along and try and help us back a winner on Oaks Day. We'll get a track update from Liam O'Keefe as well. Jess Gower from NZB will join us. It's just a week out now from the Ready to Run sales in New Zealand. Hong Kong Corner with Tom Wood. We've got a special means test just after 10 o'clock. Waitley joins Giddy Up once again. The great Jared Waitley. Wayne Hawkes will be in the studio with Johnny O'Neill. And it's one of my favourite means tests for the year. So much to discuss and unpack from Melbourne Cup Day. And we also look ahead, of course, to the Oaks, but especially Champions Day. And then in the final hour, we'll find you plenty of winners with bag of tips on this Wednesday. And we can't forget, of course, it's Kyneton Cup Day this afternoon. It's 5 minutes past 8, but truly it was another remarkable day in the history of the Melbourne Cup. And it was half yours as Melbourne Cup, as I said, has become the 13th horse to complete the big double in the same year, the Caulfield and Melbourne Cup double.
Goody Two Shoes with half yours challenging at the clock tower. Half yours takes the lead from Goody Two Shoes, Middle Earth River of Stars. Half yours is coming clear for Jamie Carr for the Cups double. Half yours, the history maker, won the Lexus Melbourne Cup by 3 lengths. Half yours, the winner.
What just happened? Oh my God. This is what we do it for. This is why we get up out of bed every morning, 4 a.m, work our asses off for the last 15 years I've been in this industry. It's tough. It's not all glorious and perfect as everyone can see sometimes.
What a joy. What a joy. This is our great race, and it's just so special to win it. Incredible. Incredible moment. Like, from the days we grew up, Melbourne Cup was everything, and it's been a great race for the McAvoy family. Karen winning it 3 times. My brother Philip owned a horse that ran second in it, and now for me to be able to win it, and for us to be able to win it, it's just amazing.
So that was Tony McAvoy. It was great to see the McAvoys win their first Melbourne Cup. And what about the ride from Jamie Mallam? She was at her very best. It was a brilliant ride, but it was a ride full of courage as well. Those gaps she took, there wasn't much room, but she burst that horse through those gaps, and away half yours went. And what about this thoroughbred? Unbelievable how far he has come in a short amount of time. And as I said, he's now the 13th horse to win the big double. The McAvoys are on the top of their game. As Mark Hunter has pointed out, who's been watching racing for a long time, he said he's never seen Tony and Calvin McAvoy train better, and they have been absolutely brilliant with their preparation with half yours, and it was a wonderful display there yesterday. And Calvin joins us here on Giddy Up. Calvin, congratulations, mate. Well done.
Yeah, good morning, Gareth. Thank you so much. Unbelievable.
I thought, geez, I wonder how Calvin will sound this morning, but I'm proud of you, mate. You should sound like that after winning a Melbourne Cup. How are you feeling?
I feel good, mate. We're here at Flemington. We're working some horses as normal, and the show doesn't stop, but we're feeling good.
Yeah. How was half yours when you headed to Flemington this morning?
He's perfect. He's an unbelievable horse. He lets half a dipper of feed. He looks happy, and look forward to getting him out shortly and having a good look at him. But What a courageous horse! He's a horse that just puts in every time, and
Yeah.
I couldn't be more proud of him, mate.
I was fortunate enough and privileged enough to have a chat to you in a function with the owners. Jason Bison led the way there, and I had a chat to Kelvin, yourself, mate, and Tony, and you seemed to be nice and relaxed. It was sort of like you had this feeling that you knew he was going to run a great race, but you sort of had nothing to lose really after winning a Caulfield Cup.
Yeah, I can't explain it, Gareth. I mean, the Caulfield Cup lead up into that, I really felt the pressure. I just hadn't been in that position before, and the horse was perfect. There was never a moment that anything went wrong in his preparation, but I just fried myself really about, waiting for something to go wrong. And I think when he won the Caulfield Cup, all the emotion come out. It was all relief, and I think a lot of pressure was put on that horse by people, not us, that thought he was just sort of over the line in the Caulfield Cup, if you like. And I think when he got the job done, it was just a big sense of relief. And then the way he pulled up out of that race, I just couldn't believe how well he'd come through it. Again, faultless fortnight, and or a little bit longer. And I was very relaxed leading into yesterday. I just can't quite believe it, yeah.
Have you ever come across a horse that just keeps on just going to new levels despite the campaign that he's had?
No, I have not, never. He's allowed us to do things that I don't think many horses at all could do. I mean, he just fronts up. He's got the most amazing attitude, this horse. And, big days like Caulfield Cup Day and yesterday, there's a lot of people. He's a pony, He takes it all in. He lopes around the mounting yard. He doesn't exert any extra energy than what he needs to. And what I loved is, big high pressure 2 mile contest.
Yeah.
When all the buffeting was happening early in the race, he'd just dropped his head already. He's quite a remarkable horse.
What's it feel like now? You wake up this morning. Has it sunk in that you've won this Melbourne Cup?
I've got a headache.
Yeah.
Gareth.
Is that all?
But it hasn't quite sunk in yet. I don't think it was. I really can't wait to be able to sit down and with the owners and with Dad and Demi and Mum and everyone, and reflect and have a talk about it, because it's a bit of a whirlwind. You win the race and there's a lot of commitments that you sort of just get pulled around, and it hasn't sunk in yet, but I can't wait for it to let it sink in.
Did you have a cigar?
No, we didn't.
No.
We didn't get to it. We're going to do that today.
Yeah.
So I can't wait.
What about in the run? Talk us through that.
Yeah, well I thought I loved how he relaxed.
Yeah.
I really loved how he relaxed. And then obviously the tempo was put into the race. And I didn't realise how good a ride it was until last night when I was shown by Jason the overhead shot.
Yeah.
The way the horse and the rider took the very small gaps, it was on 2 occasions. I mean, that was just elite riding and courage from an elite horse. And when I looked up at about the 600 or whenever it was, and he was just on the bridle and everything else was just starting to niggle, I knew he'd be there at the end for us. And those 2 horses down the outside had the momentum, and he just pegged them back, and it was a convincing win, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was unbelievable. He did it so easy, and in hindsight, like his dominant Caulfield Cup win, he only goes up 2 kilos to 53. He had weight for 8 form in the Turnbull. He was a dead set moral in a Melbourne Cup. What were we thinking, Kelvin?
And I suppose the other thing, mate, is his last 3 runs before yesterday have been on good 3s.
Yeah.
And, he's won a Caulfield Cup on a good 3, but it's been well documented. He's much better when he gets his toe in. And although the track wasn't as soft as first thought, he just loved that. He went to the next level, and imagine if it was on a heavy 8.
Yeah, unbelievable. I want to get inside your mindset. I've watched you from afar, and your old man's been such a sensational trainer for a long time. He won a Cox Plate, and he had that great history with Lindsay Park.
Thanks,
But when I've watched you closely since you've taken over or joined forces with Tony, you've had this ambition and drive and vision and hunger like I've never really seen in the game before. Like, you've chased down big names and big owners to get into your stable. You've dreamt big, and you've had a crack, and you have been fearless in a way. And I think the story with this horse proves that in a way. You've been rewarded for being brave, purchasing this galloper. But So when you took over from your old man, like what was your vision? Was it everything that has unfolded right now? And I'm not just talking about a Melbourne Cup victory. I'm talking about you ringing up John Stewart, the US owner, to get a horse into your stable. You getting on the front foot with Godolphin and Yulong and getting those horses into your stable. So was this always the plan in your eyes, that this is what you needed to do to take the next step with your old man?
Yeah, look, yes. Well, thank you, Gareth. They're very kind words. I think you've got to have ambition in this game. I think the game is full of, if you stop, you go backwards, and it's never been a question of, we've never questioned our ability. Hey, mate, thank you. We've never questioned our ability to train horses, and I think, when we had South Australia and we were the leading trainers over there, had a number of horses, I always wanted to be in Victoria, and when we moved over totally to Victoria and we went to Ballarat, it was a really tough couple of years, Gareth. We didn't have a lot of great horses. We were sort of a bit forgotten about, and it really didn't sit well with me, that. And my old man, he's been doing it a long time. He's very much in the mindset of, it'll turn, it'll change, blah, blah, blah. And I used to get a bit frustrated, and he was a great sounding board. And you've got to be ambitious, don't you? And I've got confidence in our systems, I've got confidence in our teams, and I've got confidence in our ability. And we just need the opportunity, and that's what a lot of people need. And just get on the front foot, have a crack. I've been told no a lot of times in my life.
Yeah,
it doesn't scare me.
It's bloody inspirational, I reckon, because you're right there. You had to go and, like, it wasn't just going to happen. You had to go and make it happen.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, Godolphin, my old man's got a long association with Andy Mackiv back through the Hayes days, and Jason Walsh is a guy that I've always respected in the industry. And, when we put our hat in the ring for those horses, I'm sure a lot of, probably any trainer that had a brain would have done the same thing. When we got the first meeting, I was a little bit excited. I thought, maybe they're just being nice. And we had a first meeting. I thought it went really well. We had a really good conversation, and just about what they wanted and what we wanted. And it was a bit of a thing of timing, Gareth, because our numbers were down a little bit. We were in a position that we were well staffed and we could take some horses. And look, it's worked out really well. And we're getting support from the right people. I feel like, and winning a race like the Caulfield and Melbourne Cup, it changes everything, and I hope we can continue to ride the wave.
Can we go and buy a St. Jean at a sale now with you?
We might buy the stallion, will we?
Yeah, we probably could. I don't know now, but that's even a remarkable story itself. Like, you can't make it up, really.
Yeah, and look, the connection with Cole McKenna and Janice is special. Cole and Janice, I've known my whole life. Great people, absolute stars, and what they put into racing. And although we never trained a lot for Cole, we had a couple for Cole and Janice. He would be so proud of what he's done. He's bred this horse. And there was a guy that came up to me yesterday at the races. He was just a lovely old guy that had worked for Cole for 25 years.
Yeah.
And he just wanted to come and see that horse. And there's been a number of those sort of stories, and I think that's why it's a popular win, because he's a bit of the Aussie battler, this horse, and we are as well. And it's very special. Yeah,
it is bloody special. We're going to have a chat to Jason Bison, the part owner. We're also going to chat to, this was a great story as well. The dairy farmers from the Western Districts were telling me this story about Charlie Farley, who's Paul Farley. He's an umpire in the local football. He used to be an umpire. I think he's, I don't know how old he is, maybe in his 60s. I won't give that away, Charlie, but he still umpires games today. He spotted that horse, Half Yours, at the sales. Not the sales, at Camperdown, when he had that start. And would you believe he got beat? And then he was the only outside of your stable clients to ring you up and try and get into this horse, Half Yours. And now he's a Melbourne Cup winner. That's a story in itself as well.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. I remember Paul, he rang me out of the blue, and he said that he knew Cole, he knew the horse, and he'd love to be involved. And I said, there's 5% there, and he took it up, and how fantastic. And this is the thing about racing in our great country, is the whole ownership group, they had no connections.
No.
There's a number of them. Neville and Jason have become the best of mates. So I've got we've got a great group of people in the horse. There's a syndicate from Adelaide called the Terrace Syndicate, who are a lot of really successful businessmen and the greats of Adelaide business, and they're involved, and they've had an absolute ball. So it was very special.
Last one before we let you go, because I know you're a busy man today and we appreciate your time. You're great mates with Sam Freedman, who's won a cup without a fight. I think he's going to be your best man at the wedding. You've got a great, and I think it's terrific for the game, you've got a great bunch of mates who live and breathe this sport like you. They know the highs and the lows. They get up at 4 o'clock like you do. What was that experience like, sharing this moment with them?
Yeah, special. I mean, Sam was there, and he when he won the Cup stubble, he won it for Sheikh Mohammed Obeid, who wasn't over, was one owner. So all of his mates got around him. Whereas it's a little bit different this one. We've got a big group of owners, and I think that's so much more special. And look, Sam's doing it. All my mates are there. Dave Eustace was on the phone. He was so over the moon for us all. And Jack and Ben and Tom and Charlton there. We've got a great group of friends. It's a tough game, this, Gareth. Yeah. There's a lot of, you get beat a lot. There's a lot of disappointment, which all the owners would know. And I think that's why we've got to savour the good times, because they're bloody hard to get.
Well said, mate. I'm so happy for you. As I said, I think you've been bloody inspiring with the way that you've gone about this game. And I know your father's had so much success in this sport, but the way that you've attacked it, as you said, you probably had a few knockbacks along the journey, but you kept on persisting. You've had this vision and dream, and now you are getting the success that you deserve. And you're still only young, but now you're a Caulfield and Melbourne Cup winner. I think it's a strong message for anyone out there doing whatever job or passion that they have, is that sometimes it's not going to be easy, and you are going to get knocked down. But if you keep on getting back up, you can do what you did there yesterday and live that dream.
Thanks, Gareth. I just want one more thing I want to say. It's just our team. We've got a big team that we've worked hard on building over the past, number of years, and our whole team, Ryan Moore, Finn, who runs Flemington, Tim, who runs Ballarat, the vet nurse, we've got a massive team. Not massive compared to some stables, but a team we're bloody proud of, and they deserve as much accolades as anyone.
100. We're going to get James Rayner on those pictures. With Half Yours, and I don't know if it was his family or that he had in the mounting yard.
Yeah, that's his son and his daughter.
Oh, how good was that? That was special. Obviously, he spent a lot of time with that horse, and just with Jamie Mellum again, the pressure she was under. This is the last question, I promise. The pressure she was under in the Caulfield Cup, when she probably wasn't in great form, to be honest. She had her knockers heading into a Caulfield Cup, but she couldn't have ridden it any better. But then yesterday, that's one of the great Melbourne Cup rides of all time. Yesterday.
Unbelievable. I've just watched the Chopper Vision again this morning.
Yeah.
It gives you goosebumps. So she's an elite rider. Everyone knows that. She just reminded them of that this last time.
Well done, mate. You go and enjoy it. Have a couple of coffees or teas, and then have that cigar today, mate.
Good on you. Thanks.
There's Calvin McAvoy, 22 minutes past 8. We'll take a break. We're going to catch up with the strap of James Rayner. Jason Bison, the part owner's just got back to me. He's ready to go. Charlie Farley, or Paul Farley, is going to have a chat to us. I love this story. He's a bit of a legend, they tell me, around the Western Districts, especially in the local football competitions. I reckon he was umpiring, and we all need umpires if you love country football, well into his 50s. And I think this is the only horse that he's got. And he rang Calvin McAvoy after watching this horse compete at Camperdown when he got beat, would you believe? Can you believe he got beat at Camperdown, Half Yours? And now he's a Melbourne Cup champ. He was getting beat in benchmark races this year. And now he's gone on to be one of the greats to win a Caulfield and Melbourne Cup in the same year. 23 minutes past 8. We'll take a break. We'll come back with plenty more. This is a special Giddy Up on this Wednesday morning.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We had a problem there with the ads, but we'll try and fix that problem, hopefully, anyway. We're going to catch up with James Rayner, as I pointed out, and a few of the connections there of Half Yours. I want to know if there's any great putting stories from yesterday. I know that there was a few coming through with Richo and Lizzie, but did any of your mates get the first four? Sammy Hyland was telling me one of his family members had their kids pick out 5 or 6 numbers. They boxed them up in a first four for $100 and won close to $50,000. So I want to hear about those stories. 0499 736 736. That's 0499 736 736. So I would love to hear those stories this morning. Don't forget, a special means test is always on a Wednesday after the Melbourne Cup. Waitley joins Giddy Up. So looking forward to catching up with Jared Waitley, Wayne Hawkes and Johnny O'Neill, who had his horse Middle Earth finish third in a Melbourne Cup. Geez, Kieran Maher's a good trainer as well. He had that horse absolutely humming there on that first Tuesday in November after he was disappointing at Caulfield. He backed him up a week later at Moonee Valley, and he was a good effort there at the Valley without winning with the blinkers on, but then he ran out of his skin there yesterday in a Melbourne Cup, getting out to 2 miles. Goody Two Shoes. I thought that she was a dry tracker, they were telling me from Ireland, but she went enormous as well. Maybe if it was a dry track, who knows what she would have done. But Joseph O'Brien, he nearly won his 3rd Melbourne Cup there as well. And I reckon one of the other great stories of the year or the Melbourne Cup, was Celine Gaudray. I reckon her ride on Terrazino was brilliant as well. She's come a long way in a short amount of time as well. She's had great success with Lindsay Park in recent times. And then her ride there on Terracino was excellent. She gets on well with that horse, and she gave it a 21 out of 10 ride, I reckon, there yesterday at Flemington. G'day, Hawley. Asked Jimmy Rayner who picked his suit out for him yesterday. I'm happy to give some of his fashion tips in the future. That's from Tomo from Ballarat. Congratulations, Calvin, to you and your dad. What an awesome horse you have on your hands. Great win. That's Tim from Kilsyth. So, yeah, plenty of text messages coming through 0499 736 736 to join our conversation. We'll take the news, and then on the other side of it, Jason Bison will join us, of course, one of the part owners of Half Yours.
Good morning. Making SEN News headlines. Economists tipping there'll be no interest rate relief until late next year. Former NRL star Trent Merrin charged with stealing $140,000 worth of cryptocurrency. For services to charity and sport, David Beckham has received a knighthood. Sir David Beckham says it'll take pride and place among his EPL trophies and numerous other medals. And this year's Shonky Awards are out, with Temu's dodgy sales tactics and energy retailers over confusing pricing among those getting a gong. Up next, sen.com.au sport. The Ashes Series Trophy Tour begins this morning, kicking off at the SCG. Also today, the Australian squad for the first test will be named, and there's 16 days until the start of the Ashes. You can hear every ball on your home of cricket, SEN. Meanwhile, Ashley Gardner, Annabelle Sutherland and Alana King have been named in the Women's Cricket World Cup team of the tournament.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Goody Two Shoes for Ireland, led by a length and a quarter. Middle Earth and Half Yours is getting through. Goody Two Shoes with Half Yours challenging at the clock tower. Half Yours takes the lead from Goody Two Shoes. Middle Earth, River of Stars. Half Yours is coming clear for Jamie Carr for the Cups double. Half Yours, the history maker, won the Lexus Melbourne Cup by 3 lengths. Half Yours the winner.
Half Yours, what a win. We had a chat to Calvin McAvoy and Jason Bison, who owns a quarter of this horse. It races in his colours, and now he's a Caulfield Cup and Melbourne Cup winning owner, and he joins us now. Jason, congratulations, mate. Well done. So happy for you.
Gareth, thank you. And that sounds great. Caulfield Melbourne Cup winning owner. Yeah, unbelievable.
I was lucky enough, and I said this to Calvin, privileged enough to talk to you guys in your special function at Flemington yesterday. And you had all your friends and family there. And before the Cup, you seemed to be nice and relaxed, even though your wife said you were lying to me when I interviewed you, saying that he looks like he's relaxed, but he's been up all night. How's this experience now when you wake up this morning knowing that you've won a Melbourne Cup?
Yeah, look, we had a good night last night. I didn't actually finish up pretty early, to be honest with you, because again, I just wanted to really soak it up and just enjoy it. And yeah, it's just incredible. It's just incredible what this horse has done in such a short time. And but it was so good, Gareth. I mean, you came into that room to celebrate with 90 people in that private room and friends and family. When we came back with the cup, it was the best experience of my life. It was unbelievable.
Yeah. He's such a remarkable horse.
Yeah, look, the horse has been up since March. It's just unbelievable. But the training performance of Cal and Tony, I rang them both, yesterday morning, and just no matter what happens today or yesterday, what you've done with this horse has been incredible. And we're so fortunate. We've been on such a great journey, and to think of what he's done in the last 6 or 7 months for us, and he's only had 15 starts, and he was a late foal. He only turns 5 on Monday, and so he's a very sound horse, and we've got another two or 3 years of just an amazing time with him.
Calvin pointed out it's an amazing group of owners here in this horse, and for many of you met for the first time because of Half Yours. Explain that for us, the relationship and the bonds that you can make now. Owning any horse, but especially a horse that takes you on the ride that Half Yours has been able to do over the last couple of months. Yeah,
well, we'll create lifetime friendships through this, and Nev Smith that owns a leg of the horse as well. Great guy. I met him for the first time at the horse sales in Magic Millions in January. We went into a really nice home affairs filly, and when I went into Half Yours, I didn't know that Nev had also taken a leg, and then there's a guy called Paul Farley from Warrnambool that was the only non-McAvoy client, and he proactively called Calvin and asked to come into the horse. Great story, and Simon George, it's up in Queensland as well. So it's just a great group of people, and. It's just we're so fortunate to be in this horse, and we're going to have experienced many more great times.
And even your family got involved. Yeah, you were telling me your daughter headed to Melbourne, even though she's got her exams happening at the moment in Queensland, and she didn't want to miss out on it. So we've got new racing fans anyway now.
Yeah. Look,
she'll be hooked now, mate. She'll be hooked now.
Exactly. She's doing year 12. It's funny, Gareth, I actually bought a family horse. It's trained up on the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
And, for all the family, my father-in-law, and she named it because she couldn't get into the book. She's not 18, so she named him Booyah Boy. And she did say to me, she'd asked me if Booyah was going to be as good as Half Yours. So,
now she'll have high standards, and I guess she wants a share in Half Yours. The old man, give us 2%, please, Dad.
Yeah, exactly.
What about now, mate? Then obviously he has to go for a bit of a break now. Then I reckon you might be dreaming. I don't know. Wait for age next year. Cox Plate back at Flemington.
Yeah. Look, we'll have a chat. She's going out to just have a look at the horse
Yeah.
in the next hour or so, and yeah, we'll have a chat. And look, Tony's mentioned, and I think what he did in the Turnbull, Via Sistina gave us a kilo, and she's a 10-time Group 1 winner, and we weren't at the time, a Group 1 winner. And, we ran the fastest 200, 400 and 600 that day. With the Cox Plate being at Flemington next year, I think the boys might train him a little bit differently, and
Yep.
I'm pretty confident that's one race that we will target.
You've got a terribly successful, not terribly, but a very successful business with Metricon, and in that business, you got to take punts, and obviously you got to be very good at what you do. But talking about taking punts and being fearless, it was a massive day as well for you on the punt, which would have made it extra satisfying, I would imagine.
Yeah, look, I had a good day. It was I took some nice Caulfield Cup, Melbourne Cup doubles.
How good's that?
Back a few months ago when he was, very, very good odds. So yeah, that was a bit of a bonus on top of what we achieved yesterday. But yeah.
That's the best part, I reckon, when you're a punter and you win a Melbourne Cup and you back your horse in future markets, especially the old-fashioned Caulfield Cup, Melbourne Cup doubles, because they were so popular back in the day. It's difficult to get on these days, but well done, mate. Congratulations. And it's some story.
Yeah, one of them I got 254 to 1, so it was a very nice result.
254 to 1. There you go. And when did you put that on?
I think August, from memory. August or early September, yeah.
Yeah, and that was that inspired by yourself or messaging from Calvin and Tony?
Oh, look. To be honest with you, even as early as the Caloundra Cup and before we won the Caloundra Cup, Tony was talking Caulfield, and and Tony's normally, pretty measured and conservative. I thought, wow, he's got a big opinion, And then when we won the Caloundra Cup and Ash Morgan, Welsh jockey that's ridden a lot of stays in the UK. First thing I asked him was whether the horse, gave him a feel that he'd get 2 mile, and he said, he'll get it all day, every day. So I thought, well, if we get there, we're a big chance. And I looked up the odds, and 250 to 4 to 1. So, yeah.
Thank you, mother, for the rabbits. How good's that? And just on that, and Calvin pointed out that you showed Calvin the overhead shot of Jamie Mellum's ride there yesterday. What about that ride? Unbelievable.
Just unbelievable. I mean, Jamie's rides in both cups were both 12 out of 10, so were unbelievable. Incredible. But in saying that, the horse had to take that split too. And some don't, and he was and he took it, and to win the way he did by 3 lengths, just incredible.
So happy for you and your family and your friends and your fellow owners, mate. Well done. You're a Melbourne Cup, Caulfield Cup winning owner. He's only the 13th horse to do that, and he was getting beat in benchmark races in March. It's hard to believe. It's some story, and you're part of Melbourne Cup folklore now, and no one can take that away from you. So congratulations. So happy for you, mate, and everybody involved. And I guess you can soak this up and enjoy this moment this week, mate. And go and celebrate.
We will, Gareth. Thank you, mate.
Good on you,
Appreciate
Jason
it.
Bison there, the part owner. That's the colours that horse runs in, half yours. They're Jason's colours, and they've won a Melbourne Cup. 8:37. We'll catch up with plenty more of the half yours story. Plenty other people who are involved in the half yours story, including, of course, looking forward to catching up with the strapper, James Rayner, and also one of the other part owners who's got a terrific story to tell. And I'm looking forward to catching up with a man that everybody calls Charlie. His name's Paul, but Charlie Farley will be our special guest as well.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Zoya on the outside of Churchy Girl. Van Scotia gets out with fresh legs and then followed further back in the race to Emily. Churchy Girl, Zoya. There's a fall. Divine Turf's lost the rider. Van Scotia and Stand By Me Ned's emerging, and so is Half Yours. Stand By Me Ned deep out. She's timed her run to perfection. Stand By Me Ned. He's home, Ned. Ned Kellyanneck. Second goes to...
So that was Half Yours, would you believe, getting beat at Camperdown. And I think that's the time where our next guest saw Half Yours compete. His name's Charlie Farley, or Paul Farley, but everybody knows him as Charlie Farley. And he joins us now because he's from the Western Districts. He's a famous name there, they tell me. And I met him for the first time yesterday, and I was so happy for him after winning the Melbourne Cup with Half Yours, and he joins us now. Charlie, congratulations, mate. Has it sunk in for you?
No. Simple as that, mate. It's yeah. Yes. No.
Can you talk us through it, Charlie? Can you talk us through the first time you laid eyes on Half Yours and why you like this horse?
He just looked a sire.
Yeah.
He liked, and I mean, the Camperdown run was like not too many horses of Collins ran around at Camperdown at $26 for a start.
Yeah.
And just followed it, and it won Cranbourne and Geelong and by heaps, and it just had, I don't know, Stayer written all over it. So, yeah, when it was on English sales, we decided to chase it, I suppose.
How bloody good is that? And then, so when you saw it on the English online sale, talk us through how you got into the horse.
A mate, Andrew Thompson, gave me Kelvin and Tony's number, and I rang Kelvin, and Kelvin was like, who the hell's this bloke?
Yeah.
Yeah, well done, Paul. Yeah, and a couple of hours later, he said, yep, no worries. And yeah, well, goodness me.
The rest is history. So, like, how many horses do you have?
Oh, a couple.
Yeah.
Very slow ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, like, just like Caulfield Cup, Caloundra Cup was amazing.
Yeah.
Caulfield Cup was so good, like extremely good, and yesterday probably a blur.
Yeah. And you've loved racing all your life? Has it been in your blood for how long?
Yeah, love it. Always followed him. Yeah. So didn't, I only started getting involved in horses 4 or 5 years ago. And just amazing. And I think I've been set up by a guy called Paddy Lee, one of your mates here.
Yeah, I have. Like, no, we had to get you on the show, Charlie, because Paddy said you're one of the greats, and Paddy Lee's a great harness racing trainer. We all know that. And he said he'd come across you. I thought, like, you loved your horses and you're in the standard breds, and that's how you got to know Paddy. But he told me that he got to know you because you're one of the umpires in the local footy competition. Is that right?
Yeah, no, completely retired. No, too old, too slow.
But you did come back and umpire a few games this year. Is that right? Help out?
May have helped Paddy out 2 games, and one of them almost killed me. But anyway.
Yeah, so you've been part of the community in that sense. What's been the response like, mate, from the locals there around the Warrnambool area regarding your success?
It's indescribable, I suppose, or undescribable.
Yeah. Bloody love it.
Yeah. No, look, it's been one of those things. You're sort of sitting back this morning going, what happened?
Yeah. They tell me you had a few beers last night. They tell me after you won the Caulfield Cup, you didn't get out of bed to 4 o'clock. So we appreciate.
It was 3:30, actually. But yeah.
Yeah. 3:30. Well, mate, Hopefully Stevie Blacker, who was with you as well, we know pretty well here in the racing industry, he's a trots man. He was trying to back a winner at the Wagga Trots yesterday. He would have forgot about them, of course. Who else did you take to the races there yesterday? Tomo?
Tomo, Eddie Dwyer, the clerk of the course.
Yep. He's a mad punter, Eddie. We love him. He's a mad punter.
Yep. His wife, who actually went home to walk her dog.
Okay.
So she left us.
Yeah.
Look, Jason and Neville, that, like yesterday as you were there,
Yeah.
that was a special spot.
Yeah, it was a special spot. And to share it with Jason and Nev, the part owners as well, they've how special has that been to get to know those people?
Oh, well, just and wonderful people. Their wives and families are like just so incredibly nice and engaging, and have really, allowed me to be part of the journey, I suppose. And yeah, it's something that sometimes you can make a decision, and all of a sudden you become lifelong friends.
Yeah.
And I think this is lifetime memories.
Yeah.
And I mean, and that was yesterday. We'll be joking around and talking about this in 15, 20 years.
Yeah, bloody oath, mate. And it's sort of like you made that decision. It was an instinct decision, I guess. You picked up the phone, you saw that horse online, and I guess you don't usually do that, and you had to buy it. It's like it was meant to be. The universe was on your side. You went to Camperdown that day. Sincere.
Yeah, and to be fair, now you're a history buff, and Paddy made a comment a couple of months ago. Not sure how many horses have won a Caulfield Cup coming out of a Camperdown maiden.
I don't think anyone has, mate. I think you're the first. The first.
At Seymour, it won a benchmark 66. Beat Morissette at $1.60 by a short half head.
Yeah.
And I think if you bring the trainer of Morissette,
Reese Goodwin,
if you ask him what happened from Morissette to Half Yours, is like, oh my God.
Yeah, yes. Did you back the Caulfield Cup, Melbourne Cup double?
Don't be ridiculous. No, absolutely not. No, I know a couple who did, but no, definitely not me, because winning one I thought would be hilarious. Winning two was ridiculous. So.
Yeah. Did you back him at all in any of the big races?
May have had a couple of small investments.
Well done. Well, you're
no. So it's been a very, very entertaining and lovely couple of weeks.
Well done, mate. Well, I'm so happy for you, Charlie. It's great to hear what it means to so many people and the success that you've had with this horse, but it's such a special feeling. And it's not just the joy that you have, but it's your family and even some of your friends that I know that they ring me up and they tell me how happy they are for you, that you've been able to be on this journey with Half Yours. It's a beautiful thing when that can happen, when people can celebrate the success of others, like they have with you, and especially the people that you surround yourself with there in the western part of Victoria, mate. So we've run out of time, Charlie, but you're a bloody sensational. You rest up today. I reckon you'll be going again. But yeah, you'll have to keep on celebrating. But well done. You're a Melbourne Cup winning owner. And a Caulfield Cup winning owner, brother.
Good on you, Gareth.
Good on you, Charlie. Well done, mate.
Cheers, mate. See you, buddy. Bye.
Charlie Farley. I don't know what time Charlie got home, but geez, he was in good form today. And he doesn't usually like speaking like that anyway, so he was good enough to join us to tell his story, and I reckon it was brilliant. And he was actually. I had a couple of beers with him yesterday, and he was a little bit quiet, and his mates did most of the talking. But no, he's a good man. And as I said, a lot of his friends that I've talked to, and they've rang me up just wanting to tell me about this story that Charlie's on. And they're so happy for him. I reckon that is a mark of a good individual when you get your mates ringing up because they're happy for you to have that ride that he's having with Half Yours. It is 7 minutes to 9 o'clock. We'll take a break and we'll come back with plenty more next.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. It's been a busy first hour as we look back yesterday, telling you the stories there of the Melbourne Cup, especially with Half Yours. Now, just the sad part about yesterday was the injury to Blake's shin. He's broken his leg, and he did that in one of the later races. But this is what he had to say overnight there on his social media platforms. And it reads, "Thank you for all of your kind messages after my fall. I've broken my leg and will be sidelined for a bit, but I'm very grateful that she's got Bassaz is okay." He's full of class, Blake Shin, and I think everyone was relieved after we found the news out that he was okay. It's terrible news that he's got a broken leg and he'll be missing probably the majority for the rest of the year now, if not all of all of 2025, with just under 2 months to go. But thinking of Blake, and can't wait to see him back at the races pretty soon. We'll take the 9 o'clock news.
Good morning, I'm Nate Gardner with SEN News. Following the historic day at Flemington, where Jamie Mellon became the second female jockey to win the Melbourne Cup, the 29-year-old is doing the media rounds this morning. Over 84,300 racegoers packed into Flemington to see her ride the only Aussie horse in the field, Half Yours, to victory, becoming the first female to win the Caulfield Melbourne Cup double.
All I wanted to do was tick a major off, and now I've got 2 in a row. That's insane. It's an insane feeling.
Thanks to Seven there. Opposition leader Susan Lee is confident she will continue to be in charge of the Liberal Party in the midst of her net approval rating plunging to -33. She's copping heat from her party over her handling of the net zero issue following the Nationals' move to dump the 2050 target. Miss Lee is under pressure to reveal the Liberals' position on the emissions reduction target. 2 more online platforms, Reddit and Kik, have been added to the federal government's upcoming social media ban for under 16s that begins December 10. More protests are expected outside a weapons expo in Sydney today after a dozen people were charged by police yesterday. Former US Vice President Dick Cheney has died aged 84 due to complications of pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease. He served under President George W. Bush. And the Commonwealth Bank has received a Shonky Award for being the only bank to refuse to refund financially vulnerable customers who had been charged unfair fees. Up next, sen.com.au sport. Chairman of Selectors George Bailey will announce the Ashes squad for the first test today, and there's 16 days until the Ashes. Catch it on SEN. Wins in the UEFA Champions League this morning to Arsenal and Atletico Madrid. And in the NBA, 6 matches on today with the Raptors and Bucks tipping proceedings off. The Pelicans meet the Hornets, and Chicago and the 76ers also in action.
live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Still a busy 3 hours still to come. It's Waitley and Giddy Up teaming up just after 10 o'clock for a special means test. We do this every, of course, Wednesday after the Melbourne Cup. One of my favourite means tests for the year. So looking forward to that. And then we'll find you a few winners in the final hour of the show. Concentrating on Oaks Day there tomorrow. Mickey Gannon will join us, and then we'll try and find you a few winners today across the three codes, especially at that Kyneton Cup meeting. But one of the highlights there when it came to the footage after the Melbourne Cup was the pictures of James Rayner with his kids there, the strapper of half yours after he won the Melbourne Cup. And James joins us now here on Giddy Up. Good morning, James.
Yeah, good morning, Gareth. Thanks for having me on the show.
Mate, how was that? Describe that feeling for us.
Oh, it was unbelievable, Gareth. It was all knee-jerk reaction. Obviously, you can't script that, and to be able to embrace the kids like I did was just fantastic, as the footage you spoke about showed.
Yeah, they're the best pictures I reckon I saw all day yesterday. Was your just emotion, your pure joy, and then getting the moment to share it with your boy, especially, who was bawling his eyes out, which was understandable. But it was a special journey, obviously, this half yours story with your family.
Yeah, it was, Gareth. You know, when the option came, you know, with Tony and Calvin gave me the option to be travelling to Ormond and spend some time, you know, quality time with his horse up in Queensland and then back via Sydney. I had to have their blessing, obviously, because, you know, they're at that stage in life, they need family around, and their blessing was there. So it was very special to be able to repay them in aces.
Tell us about this horse. You know him better than anyone. What makes him so special?
Oh, he's just what you'd call just a cruisy dude. He loves his own time. He loves his own space, but at the same time, he's kind and genuine horse. And you know, the main thing I find about him is he's touched a lot of people in the travel up to Queensland and back, and everyone's got a little story, which is what, you know, racing in general needs. It's just a fantastic promotion tool, and he's that horse.
Yeah. And what were you expecting then on when you started to get to know him and you took him up to Queensland? Did you think he could do what he's been able to do?
Oh, look, Gareth, I had my feet on the ground the whole time, but you know, the Caloundra Cup was a goal, and then obviously, you know, we went by Sydney, and that didn't eventuate because he didn't quite get the runs in the right races. And you know, the goal that I set was that Naturalism win when we had to come down from Sydney on that Thursday morning early, and win the Naturalism on that Saturday. That was I felt he'd done his job winning the Naturalism, but to go on and do what he's done is just phenomenal.
Yeah,
you know, it's outstanding.
So, like, talk us through how difficult it is to travel a horse like you have with him, but to get him to show up every time he's been able to show up, really, basically.
Yeah, you just got to read the play, Gareth, I suppose, and you got to tick all the boxes. And you know, to the horse's credit, he did exactly that. You know, you just do all your checks of the morning, as per, you know, all stables do. But the horse is just a pleasure, you know, and good horses just keep turning up, and that's what he's done for us, you know, over the past, you know, this campaign.
How did you get involved in this game, mate?
I spent a lot of time in harness racing, actually, Gareth, with Damien and Greg Burns, and then spent time. I think I met you over in Perth into Dominion. I was over there for Emma and Clayton.
Yeah, yes.
Emma Stewart and Clayton Tonkin, and then sort of ventured across to the thoroughbred game. Melody and Steve Cunningham, then assistant trainer to Rob Hickmont for a couple of years, who was a great mentor, and then just an off chance did a little job for Calvin and Tony to Kyneton one day, and me and Ryan Moore were having on a personal level chat, and there's a little chance to travel to Queensland, and I took the role.
Yeah, so you've worked with some great trainers then. Robbie Hickmont, a multiple Melbourne Cup winning trainer, Emma Stewart and Clayton Tonkin. Doesn't matter what codes you're talking about, they're greats of the sport. Great horse people, have had so much success in the sport of harness racing. So what's it been like working with Calvin and Tony? Because they've had so much success, especially over the last year.
Yeah, look, Calvin and Tony, they run a fantastic team. It's very professional and everything. You know, communication's the key with both of them guys. And I feel I'm quite good, you know, at the communication side of things. And it's, you know, that's the key in life, isn't it? Communicate, and communication leads to success. And the team's doing a fantastic job.
So what was it like waking up this morning going to see him again?
Oh yeah, I'm just actually on my way to there now. Actually,
Yeah.
Gareth, I'm in the Uber. I had to come down from Ballarat this morning, so I'll be looking forward to peering in there and seeing him, and just it's just a fantastic feeling, Gareth.
Yeah, was it a big night last night?
Oh, not too bad, not too bad. No, I sort of kept the socialising at the same time, but just it made sure I could enjoy the moment.
Yeah, and obviously, as you said, that your kids were so proud of their old man to do what you're able to do with half yours, and that those pictures will last with you forever. So well done, mate, and unsung heroes, basically, really, aren't you, of the game of when you'd put in all of the hard work behind the scenes, all the strappers and the people that work, of course, behind the scenes with every racing stable. It's just great to see them enjoy the success like you did yesterday. And he must have bit his lip or something like that, but he was okay straight after the race.
Yeah, absolutely, Gareth. He was fine. He just had a little tiniest of nick on the tip of his tongue,
Yeah.
which the race in Victoria got seen to straight away, and it was all clear. And by the time we gave his mouth a little rinse, mate, he was more than fine and back to his box, and he was straight into bail loosen and his feet, mate. So. No, he's more than happy. But the back end story of all this is just the people that I'm there. I'm on the footage and all that. But there's so many people involved. Ballarat, Flemington.
Yeah.
People when we've travelled abroad. And we have to have good people when you travel horses around you. And I'm only just I'm not even 1% of this story, because there's a lot of people that aren't in that footage that have done a hell of a lot more than what I have collectively. So it's been a fantastic little ride.
Well done, mate. Congratulations, and enjoy the moment as well. But job well done.
Fantastic, Gareth. Thanks for the call. Thanks for having me on.
Another terrific story there with half yours. The man that looked after him basically when he went up north to Queensland, all the way down the coast there when he competed in Sydney, and then obviously the job that he's been able to do in Melbourne, winning a Caulfield Cup, a Naturalism before that, a Caulfield Cup and a Melbourne Cup. Sensational. They're the great stories that not many people know about. And it's great to hear from James after the success there of half yours, James Rayner. 11 minutes past 9. We'll come back with plenty more straight after this, including our chat with Matty Reid for Tassie Time.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Tassie time a little earlier today because we've got the means test at 10 o'clock as we join forces with Waitley once again. Johnny O'Neill, Wayne Hawkes and Jared Waitley joining me here for a special means test on the Wednesday after the Melbourne Cup. But Matty Reid joins us now thanks to Tas Racing for Tassie time. Hello to you, Matty boy.
Morning, G. How are you?
Good, thank you. Of course, the views are better and the air is cleaner. Tassie, the perfect place to race. And geez, it's been a busy week for Tassie racing, like it is, I guess, for everyone around the country. But there's been plenty happening.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's been an exciting time. We've seen some really good horses going around. I guess on Friday night we saw the very smart Mazzini resume. It went around a very short quote, but managed to get the job done. He's going to be heading towards the 3-year-old Cup. We saw Gigi's Missile win impressively in Hobart yesterday. She's on the way to the 3-year-old Cup. So that race is on the 21st of November, and you add into the mix Sanaya and Crack the Shutters, and it's just going to be an absolute beauty. So we've got the Goodwood coming up this Saturday too, which is our traditional Newmarket lead-up, and expecting to see Gerazo resume there as well. So I think we've had, 4 meetings in about 10 days, which is, for us down here in little old Tassie, G, it's a pretty hectic time.
Now, taking GG's Mistruth out of the conversation here, and we'll talk about her in just a moment, but who are the top 3 horses right now in Tassie? Who do you think the top 3 horses will be after the carnival?
Well, Gerazo.
Number 3? Who's 3? Start from 3, 2 and 1. We're going to keep these on record. We might even put up a graphic of them, and we'll see if you get closer.
All right, so we'll start with 3. I'm going to go with Crack the Shutters for Stu Gandy. Very smart 3-year-old filly. We'll go with Sanaya, who's also a 3-year-old filly in the Star Thoroughbred colours. She was last season's 2-year-old of the year. And then I think our weight for age beast will be Gerazo, also in the Star Thoroughbred colours.
Beautiful. So there you go, Gerazo to be the star horse at the end of the carnival. Talking about star horses, GG's Mistruth could be competitive in some of those big Group 1s down the straight in the summer/autumn here in Melbourne after a really good performance there the other day at Flemington.
Yeah, how good was she, G? I mean, she's back. She had an ordinary run first up, but her last 2 have been excellent. She's going to be given a bit of a let-up now, and Connections are aiming her at the Oakley Plate. So that's their long-range goal as far as picking up a big one with her. I mean, she has raced well at Caulfield previously. It's great to see that she handles the straight. That means it gives them another sort of string to the bow, but she'll have a break. I think they've got a lead-up planned in January, and then they'll be looking at the Oakley Plate for her.
That is sensational. And then Cartoon Graveyard, he's been the pride and joy of Tassie racing as well. And you get the girl of the moment, Jamie Mellum, aboard there tomorrow on Oaks Day.
Yeah, that's worked out well for Connections, hasn't it? In the Chester Manifold over a mile. They pivoted and went to the Sale Cup last start with Cartoon Graveyard, and he ran a really good race. He finished second to El Rocco with probably conditions to suit the winner. But yeah, he goes to that mile race tomorrow at Flemington, and he's in terrific form. The stable's going well. They had a winner in Hobart yesterday. Obviously a harder test at headquarters on kind of Carnival week, but he's racing in great form, and he's earned his spot there, that's for sure. And as you said, Jamie Mellum, what jockey would you rather have?
Good little race too. Johnny Keys, of course, prepares. $11 with Bet365. Poison Chalice at $5. O2 Good at $6.50. Exutos at $4.60 in the market leader for Robbie Griffiths, and then Apulia at $8. Detonated Jack at $11. So that's a good little race, the Manifold Stakes there at Flemington tomorrow. And it's not just the thoroughbreds that are doing well. There's plenty happening in the sport of harness racing in your state as well.
Yeah, there is. We had a couple of Group 3s in Hobart on Saturday night, and they didn't exactly go to script. There was a $1.10 favourite, Fridwood Maisie, in the Avicus, but they took her on. They set a mad speed, and eventually it was set up for one that was a maiden in Twilight Storm for Kent Rattray and Geordie Chibnall to come through and get the chocolates at $81, if you don't mind, G. So big upset there. And then the Dandy Patch, there was Solo Safari, got the job done with Mitch Ford in the sulky. So really good racing there. We've got a kind of Tasbred Sires series in the midst. So the 2-year-olds had their moment in the sun. We'll move on to the 3-year-olds, which I think is Saturday week, those heats, or the weekend of the next.
Beautiful, mate. So we're looking forward to, obviously, plenty of racing coming up at that Goodwood on Saturday. And there's some good harness racing coming up as well. So plenty happening in the state of Tasmania. And then before you know it, your carnival will be in full swing.
Yeah, well, that 3-year-old cup at Newmarket night on the 21st of November kind of signals the start of it all for us, G. Then we've got Golden Apple Harness, the Hobart 1000 Group 1 dogs, and plenty happening. So when are we likely to see you down here in Tassie?
Whenever you have me, mate, you just let me know and I will be there, brother. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, I've had one for you last week too. You had an impromptu Tassie time. One of my very good mates texted you. I gave him the lead about that Mark Hunter Plover story, so we were very happy
yes.
that you ran with it for us.
Yeah, Mark Hunter. I never knew that story. We'll have to get Mark Hunter back as well, like how he completely ripped his his thigh muscle in half, basically. And then after that, I got several text messages sent to me with Mark on his bed there. Trying to recover in Tassie. So anyway, we'll stay away from those plovers. We'll have to get down for both Hobart and Launceston Cup this year, I reckon.
Perfect. Love to have you.
Good on you, brother. Thanks for that, mate.
Thanks, Jay.
There's Matty Reid with Tassie Time. The views are better and the air is cleaner. Tassie, the perfect place to race. Thanks to NZB. Jess Gow now joins us. I wonder if she's recovered from her weekend in Melbourne. Hello to you, Jessie.
Hi, Gareth. Barely. It was sensational.
How did you enjoy your first Derby day?
Oh, I just loved it. I mean, I spoke to you when I was driving in, and I was sort of overwhelmed, really, by how thoroughly Melbourne gets into the swing of things. You know, people are just in the street, and they're black and white. They're on their way to the races, and you know, it was a superb day of racing, beautiful weather, amazing racing, incredible hospitality. And then I have to say, one of my highlights would be the train ride home. It's just so many happy people of all walks of life, like young, old, foreign, local, clearly having had the most superb day out. It says a lot, I think, for the state of racing and the fact, you know, it's a sort of an entertainment industry and clearly it's thriving. It was just such a great day. Yeah,
it's going. I think it's been a wonderful spring carnival for racing across the country in both New South Wales and Victoria. But you know, the Victorians are very passionate about their sport. They love their major events, and like the spring carnival's been exceptional this year. Packed house at Caulfield, packed house at the Valley to watch the final Cox Plate at Moonee Valley as we know it, and then Derby Day was such a special day. So many young people there enjoying the races, all dressed up in their black and white, and everyone was having so much fun, as you pointed out. It was a great day to be part of the game, and yesterday was terrific as well. Despite the weather, thousands still turned out to Flemington to watch a special victory with Half Yours, and our friends at Trelawney, of course, they bred Pride of Jenny, so it was still a special day for the Kiwis in a way.
Oh, we could claim a vague Cruella there, I think, with like Lucy going in second.
Yes.
We'll play. She ate Kiwi grass. She was bred by Kiwis. So, yeah, I'm all for that, Gareth. I like where your brain's going there.
And you're at Matamata today.
I am. Yes, I'm down in grassroots, Matamata. It's a small town not far from Cambridge in the heart of the Waikato. And we're doing this is our final day of Ready to Run Sale parades, where you go on farm and you can have a look at these horses before they're all floated up to Karaka. I think they all start heading up there from Friday.
Okay.
And so I've been at Kilgraven Lodge this morning, and that's a beautiful property. It's Ian Kemp's the primary sort of head honcho, I guess, at Kilgraven, and they produced Feroce in their 2023 draft. So it's he's been producing drafts for the Ready to Run sale for about 25 years now.
Yep.
and he showed us 27 horses this morning, and they're looking magnificent. So it was a really nice, I think, example of what we can look forward to up at Karaka within a few days. Good horses and all ready to go.
So all the Breeze Up videos, they're available online now, along with the photos. You get all the pedigree updates and, of course, all the data and times and information that you need to help you make a decision.
Yeah, for sure. It's all on our website. The photos, so a lot of the vendors are getting their photos done now, and they're all being uploaded hourly. You'll see them updated there. So if you want to have a good look at these horses and doing their standing shots and whatnot, and just to help form that better view, which the sale's so good at providing. You can have such a good perception of the horse before you've even seen it at the sales grounds, and so we're serving up all that info as quickly as we can, so buyers can get a pretty good handle on what they'll see when they arrive at Karaka.
And I think the best formula that I've seen for a little while anyway is just having a look at these horses that get passed in basically at these ready to run sales, because another one had a big day there on yesterday in Gringotts, who won the feature race there in Sydney, of course, and now he's won, $5.5 million. He's a son of Perrin Canto, one of the great stallions in Australasia from Little Avondale, and he just keeps on winning.
Yeah, he won the big dance last year, so that's 2 on the trot.
With 62 this week as well.
Yeah, look, and he's obviously a very good horse out of a Savabeel mare, just Kiwi through and through, and he could have been snapped up at the ready to run sale in 2021. So beautiful example of what you can buy at the sale, and with horses, 10 Group 1 races won last season, 5 graduates from the sale. It's the final time I'll talk to you before they're going under the hammer. Yep. We're a week away now. So if you like the idea of owning something like Antino or Feroce or Mr. Brightside or Cheerwolf, War Machine, Gringotts, Lucky Swainess or Golden 60, then this is the sale to be at. They keep on coming out of the sale. And so there's time to get down there still, and I'm hoping that we'll see lots of people at the sale next week.
So what happens now? So obviously the horses start to arrive over the weekend. I think the first horses arrived there at Karaka just outside of Auckland on Friday. The sale's on Wednesday, so you can expect leading up to the sale, of course, and then, hopefully you can make it there, but if you can't, you can still, of course, bid online.
Yeah, we have a really robust online bidding platform. Our hand was forced when COVID came along, so it's a very effective system. So if you do prefer to sit at home and bid that way, you can. Or of course, there are loads of experienced agents that are already actually at inspections today down here in Matamata, and all of the 2-year-olds would have been inspected by our NZB bloodstock agents as well as other independent agents. And if you need notes, thoughts, another opinion, you can get these guys to give you some notes and even bid for you if you can't make it to the sale. So lots of ways to buy.
Exciting times. It's going to happen all next week. And then I think we're in New Zealand we're taking Giddy up on the road once again on SEN and RSN. On Monday to Wednesday, just going to the different studs and talking to the different characters, of course, of the New Zealand racing industry. We had so much fun doing it last year, I should say. So bring that on over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. Got a big few weeks ahead. So, bring it on, and see you in New Zealand soon.
Good on you, Jess. Thanks for that. Have a great day. There's Jessie Gower there. It's 29 minutes past 9. Let's take the news.
Good morning. Making SEN News headlines. Economists tipping there'll be no interest rate relief until late next year. Former NRL star Trent Merrin charged with stealing $140,000 worth of cryptocurrency. For services to charity and sport, David Beckham has received a knighthood. Sir David Beckham says it'll take pride and place among his EPL trophies and numerous other medals. And this year's Shonky Awards are out, with Temu's dodgy sales tactics and energy retailers over confusing pricing among those getting a gong. Up next, sen.com.au. SEN.au Sport. Chairman of Selectors George Bailey will announce the Ashes squad for the first test today, and there's 16 days until the Ashes. Catch it on SEN. Wins in the UEFA Champions League this morning to Arsenal and Atletico Madrid, and in the NBA, 6 matches on today with the Raptors and Bucks tipping proceedings off. The Pelicans meet the Hornets, and Chicago and the 76ers also in action.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. On Giddy Up, the Hong Kong Corner. For the latest on Hong Kong racing, go to hkjc.com.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Time for the Hong Kong Corner. For the latest on Hong Kong racing, go to hkjc.com. So Tom Wood will be joining us in just a moment. Looking forward to that. There's plenty to discuss with Tom Wood. We've got the nominations out for International Week. Look at the names that have been entered there. Romantic Warrior, Kane, Rising Voyage, Bubbles. So the big 3 there from Hong Kong. Then you've got Tastiara, who's a superstar miler that won, of course, at Group 1 level last season in Hong Kong. He was okay in that big race on the weekend there in Japan when Damien Lane rode him. He gave him a beautiful ride as well. But hopefully he comes back to Hong Kong. He might take on Romantic Warrior or Voyage Bubble, either in a Hong Kong Cup or over the mile. Minnie Hawk's a star. V. Sistina's been nominated. She's probably unlikely, but she's in the nominations. Rebels Romance is a star. Soul Rush will be hopefully there. Goliath. So there's a few of the big names in world racing that have been nominated for these international races in December. 0499 736 736 to join our conversation. Morning, Gareth. Is Guy Mulcaster on the show today? We might try and get Guy on tomorrow. He's back from his overseas trip. I think he purchased a few there at that Tats in trading sale. Does Charlie own the whole horse? No, he only owns 5% of Half Yours, Charlie Farley. But he may as well own the own horse. You get the same feeling. Gee, why is the prize money split so ridiculously poor to the winner in the Melbourne Cup? 45% for our greatest race is poor. Well, they put on some extra prize money and they gave, $100,000 to those horses that finished towards the back end of the field, even the horses that finished last. So the prize money's basically the same from what it was last year. The prize money increases have paid those runners that finished down the field. So I don't know. It doesn't really bother me, to tell you the truth. So I think winning the Melbourne Cup, like the prize money now for winning is just over 4 million, I reckon. I'll double check that. But anyway, it's if you ask those owners today, it's far more than just the prize money. It's the prestige and the honour to win our great race. And I'll get to most of those other text messages as the morning goes on, especially just after the means test. But I've got to take a break because we're just trying to get onto Tom Wood. We'll get into Tom Wood straight after this, of course, as we continue on Giddy Up, and we'll have Hong Kong Corner coming up next.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you on this Wednesday morning, the day after the Cup. Plenty of text messages coming through. Colin says, hey, Gareth, come for a morning beer on Thursday beside the mounting yard if you can get in again. Yeah, I had trouble getting into the mounting yard. My pass wasn't working, but eventually we did. I will do that, Con, if that's okay. I don't know how many people will rock up tomorrow. I reckon around 40,000. So we'll see how that goes. Refreshing and classy to see Team McAvoy win the great race and celebrate whilst taking it all in their stride. Well done, lads. And I think Ryan Moore, we've got to give him some credit as well, the racing manager for Team McAvoy, because he was the one that really pushed Calvin especially to purchase this horse for just over, $305,000. And as they say, the rest is history. G-Man, the Cup's the best. What a carnival. It's been so far from Caulfield through to the Valley, now at headquarters. It's been bloody awesome. So that's from Ronnie. 100% Ronnie. It's been a terrific spring carnival. And, you know, I was talking to a few people about this yesterday, and Sydney does a wonderful job, and they would have had 18-odd thousand there, I reckon, on Golden Eagle Day, and 20-odd thousand there yesterday. But I reckon that proves that the Melbourne Cup will always be our greatest race because, like when I was in Perth, for instance, at Ascot, the biggest stay of the year, basically, for the Perth racing wasn't during the Pinnacles. It was on Melbourne Cup Day, when they got over 20,000 people there. So it's such a magical day right across the country. It's 9:42, time for Hong Kong Corner. Let's catch up with Tom Wood, thanks to, of course, Hong Kong Racing. And for the latest on Hong Kong Racing, go to hkjc.com. Hello to you, Tom.
Morning, Gareth.
Flemington Carnival will finish up, but then we look forward to your international week. Of course, we've got the CF4 Stakes meeting in Melbourne. But looking at the nominations, I know that some of these horses won't come, but it still gets you excited having a look at the list.
Yeah, it certainly does. So when we've had such good entries for it this year, I think over 180 horses entered for it, so many Group 1 winners as well. So, no, it's terrific to see the calibre of horse that might turn up here for the second Sunday in December, which is only 39 days away as of today, and won't be long before the club certainly publish a list of selected runners, and then horses will be on the ground. And I think sometime this week, might even be today, we should get a lineup of which jockeys are going to be here for the International Jockeys Championship, which of course is on the Wednesday night. So no, it's all full steam ahead to the biggest week in Hong Kong racing.
Well, we all know that J-Mac, he leaves Saturday night, so he starts his stint on Sunday, basically.
Yeah, he does. And
yeah.
Holly Doyle, she's here now. She arrived in the last couple of days, and she's got a decent book of rides for Happy Valley tonight. And so then, of course, we've got a few more jockeys coming in, the likes of Dylan McMonigal-Brown coming over here as well for a short-term stint as well. And no, I can't wait for that. He's a highly exciting rider.
What will be the story for International Week? Will it be Romantic Warrior trying to win 4 straight Hong Kong Cups, or will it be Kane rising back at the races?
I probably lean towards Romantic Warrior, to be honest, because it will be if he is able to pull off 4 Hong Kong Cups, that will be some sort of record that will take a lot of beating in the years ahead, and he looks like he's come back better than ever. But also you've got Kaying Rising, as you've mentioned, and he sounds like he's really derived a great deal of benefit coming back from Australia here. That sounds like the Triple Way could potentially have made the horse. So we could see something pretty special there in terms of the sprint as well.
We're hoping to see a few Australians there during the International Week, but we just got to wait and see how they come through our carnivals. And I guess we won't know, I reckon, until a couple of weeks out, Tom. Are you hearing anything on the ground?
haven't really heard anything about the Australians at this point. Let's hope a few of them do turn up and are here for the big meeting. Of course, for the sprints, you've got horses that are entered like Angel Capital, the only one there. So I think probably Kaying Rising potentially scares a few away there. We've had a couple of British sprinters here for the last couple of editions of the sprints, and they've not fared well. I don't think we'll be seeing too many of those. Probably we might get a Japan sprinter potentially for the sprint, but I don't think Angel Capital potentially will be coming. When you look at the list of horses that are here for the mile, you've got potentially coming. You've got again Angel Capital, Steffi Magnetica, Treasure the Moment. So there's only 3 entered there, and then outside of that, the Cup, which is always a difficult race for Australians to turn up and win. Well, I think you can certainly cross Buckaroo off that list, but you've got Faulkner Park, Colvalika, Lindemann, Militarise, again Steffi Magnetica, Treasure the Moment, Via Sistina, and then the Vase, which again is probably it's the weakest race for the local brigade to here. Arapaho, again, Bjorn Baker's entered a couple. Birdman, again, Land Legend, but he pulled his block off yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
Light Infantry Man, Militarise again. So I don't know. I don't think it looks too promising for maybe any Australian gallopers coming across, to be honest.
We'll wait and see anyway. Who knows? We usually get 1 or 2 anyway. What about tonight? Do you have a winner for us?
Yeah, Happy Valley, decent meeting tonight. Mixture of Class 3, 4, 5 action through the course of the evening. And in terms of a best tonight, I didn't mind the chances a little bit later on in the program of Thunder Prince, and he's coming up in race number 7 on the program for Jamie Richards. Went really close to winning last time out. In fact, was really unlucky not to win. He got held up at a crucial point last start. It was having his first run as well for Jamie, and Hugh Bowman rides again tonight. He's trialled well since he's won a trial, was up on the pace, drawn low. That's key tonight. C+3 rail, so the rail is right out, and those inside draws are very, very advantageous. So he's race 7, number 2, Thunder Prince. Outside of that, actually didn't mind in race number 9 on the program. David Eustace has got Silvery Breeze going to Happy Valley for the first time. Race 9, number 5. He has trialled well enough coming into this. Was beaten last start by Max Q. He ran second, Silvery Breeze, and the third horse, Top Dragon, came out and won at Sharton a couple of weeks ago. So the form's been frank there. Race 9, number 5, and then in race number 8 on the program, Prestige Always, really unlucky at Happy Valley, at Sharton rather, last time out. Pierre Ung, the stable's not in the best of form at the moment. Harry Bentley rides, but he was unlucky last start. Prestige Always, race 8 at number 6. But watch on a horse in that race called Chiha. Came out of the O'Sullivan Scott stable in NZ, and he could really rattle off a section, this horse. Whether he needs a couple of runs, Happy Valley Barrier 9 first up, really difficult task, but there is certainly some promise there, I think, in that 8th race with Chiha, who's number 4. So a watch on him.
Can't wait till you call Chiha right down the outside top. Looking forward to it. Thank you very much for that.
Chiha could get the big Yahoo.
Oh, look, good on you, brother. Thanks for that, Tom. There's Tom Wood. Thanks for the Hong Kong Jockey Club. For the latest on Hong Kong racing, go to hkjc.com. Race 7, number 2, Thunder Prince. Race 9, number 5, Silvery Breeze. And his best value, race 8, number 6, Prestige Always. Mickey Gadden to join me next. Hey, brother.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Have a look at Flemington tomorrow. Liam O'Keefe's just reported it's a soft 5 at the moment. The rail will be out 6 metres, but he expects to be on a good 4 by the time race 1 rolls along tomorrow. For Oaks Day, Mickey Gannon joins us. He's had a look at the program here. He'll be working on RSN tomorrow afternoon. Hello to you, Mick.
Good morning, G.
Is the Oaks all over? You've got Get a Good Feeling at $1.80, the Pearls at $8.50, Spicy Lou at $10, Just a Journey at $10.
Yeah, you probably think so. Wakeful's generally the form line to come through there. Interesting to see Just a Journey, Spicy Lou. She's a Diva, comes down from Sydney, as does the Pearls. What do they have to offer? I guess we'll find out. I couldn't have it $1.80 of what I saw, but we've got a couple of futures tickets anyway, so we'll be praying.
Point Barrow, everyone would have loved to have seen her in a Coolmore. She turns up in the Red Roses. Acacia at $5.50, Certs up, and Vain Girl also under double figures. But surely if Point Barrow shows up like we've seen her, she'll be mighty hard to beat. That win at Caulfield was something else.
You always do me dirty by mentioning the name and not the race number, G.
Oh, this is race 7, horse number 7, sorry.
Acacia. Gee, she was good down the straight.
Yes.
Exceptional down the straight. I think she'll beat Point Barrow. Point Barrow was good. But Acacia's drawn 16. I spoke to Peter Anthony this morning, suggested they'll get to the outside fence. We saw it on Saturday, one race. They got to the outside fence and looked all right, or down the middle to the outside. I think Acacia's the horse to beat. Point Barrow will be competitive. They're clearly the two. More than happy to be with the Pete Snowden trained galloper, though.
And then you've got the Century Stakes for the sprinters over the 1,000. Ray was superb first up. He's at $3.20. Rafa, I reckon he'll get the track conditions that he doesn't want. I thought at the start of the week he might get a soft track, but now he's going to get a good 4. He's bloody a little bit stiff, Rafa. Stoke at $8.50, Trembles at $11, Prairie Flower at $15, Manolo Bling at $16, Rich Dotty at $18, and Coleman at $17.
Seeing Johnny O'Neill about, he might be able to give us a thumbs up on Nadal.
No.
I think Nadal might just...
you reckon?
Well, it'll be hard
Wait
to beat.
Johnny, what about Nadal? Is Saturday. There you go.
Well, we can put a pen through Nadal. Stoke will be hard to beat. Got Stoke, Rich, Dotty thereabouts. But Stoke marked around $5. You're getting $8, so could be the bet. Nadal comes out, but we'll go with Stoke on top, G.
All right, Stokes.
Yeah.
Then you've got the Manifold Stakes. Poison Chalice has probably been the best backed. $7.50 and $5.02 good. We see her back at the races at $6.50. Are they backing any horses to beat her? Puglia was good the other day at $7.50. Even some money for Cartoon Graveyard at $12. This is race number 5.
It is race number 5. Poison Chalice, Pruska, J-Mac. Nice little combination, that. I think this horse will jump out of the ground and blow them away. I'm keen.
Yeah, all right.
Very keen.
Which one? So Poison Chalice.
Poison Chalice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sembardo's a horse that's got plenty of X factor. He's probably the most interesting horse of the day that I'm looking forward to tomorrow. He's at $2.40 to win race number 4. Chocolate's at $4.40. El Duca at $6.50. But it's another test for Sembardo. But boy, he's been impressive.
Yeah, certainly has. Good map as well for Jamie there. Probably can land 1-1 if they want. El Duca goes forward, and there's really not a whole lot of pressure in the race. So a nice positive ride from Jamie there. Sembardo's going to be hard to beat. What price are they betting?
Sembardo $2.60.
Short enough.
Yeah.
El Duca. D Lane out in front might give a sight.
And then the Greys race, which is now on the Thursday. Get a fix for Tommy Papley at $2.90 is the market leader from Cloudland and Statuario. Berkshire's Shadow at $10. This is a good Greys race, the Sub-Zero.
Jeez, he's just not happy. Perhaps he's gone to Bali for his honeymoon. He won't even be able to watch the race.
I know.
Unbelievable. He'll be winning. Get a fix.
All right, then.
Oh, yeah.
What's
Bigger, more spacious track.
Look out. And J-Mac.
J-Mac on. Oh.
What are you tipping as your best bets?
Race to race double. Race 1, number 12, Full How, into race 2. Number 5, Get a Fix.
All right, for J-Mac.
We'll take the double. J-Mac double. Yeah. He was pumped yesterday. Did you see him look across, a little bit of a fist pump, pointing? He's making a statement there.
I think he was missing Flemington, and obviously Sarah was taking over, and he was just like, he was different gravy, really, wasn't he?
He looked
in the
hungry.
First day in a bit.
He'll be happier tomorrow morning, I reckon.
Yeah, and so he dominated there, Zara, in the early part of the carnival, and he's still got a little bit to catch up to
I reckon Mac will catch him.
No, he won't,
Yep.
will he? There you go. That's a great debate. We'll have that tomorrow.
Let's do it.
You'll join us for the weekend preview.
Can't wait.
Looking forward to it. The weekend preview on Friday.
We can do it tomorrow as well.
Hey, thanks for that, Mickey. Geez, I don't know what day it is. Waitley to join Giddy up straight after the 10 o'clock news for a special means test, as we always do, of course, on the Wednesday after the Melbourne Cup.
Good morning, I'm Nate Gardner with SEN News. More online platforms will be part of the pending social media ban. The federal government is including forum site Reddit and streaming platform Kick, joining other sites such as X, Instagram and Facebook. Communications Minister Annika Wells telling Nine the under-16s ban is just 5 weeks away.
I think that's something that we want parents to be conscious of and to be having those discussions around the dinner table or driving to school at the moment, that 10 December is coming, but also that if their teenage boys are giving them any grief about it, they can say, don't blame me, it's the law.
There is a stark warning regarding our national security from the head of ASIO. Mike Burgess says at least 3 nations are willing and capable of carrying out an assassination on Australian soil. He says rising extremism and online radicalisation are straining security, with a number of threats from Russian trolls, anti-Israelis and neo-Nazis. In New York, the election for a new mayor is underway in what's considered to be a crucial test for Donald Trump. Zoran Mamdani is the favourite and would become the Big Apple's first Muslim mayor if he wins. The US president has called the candidate a communist, but Mamdani has pushed back.
I will not be intimidated by this president. I will not be intimidated by anyone, because my job here is to serve the people of the city.
In the US, flags are at half-mast today for former Vice President and often polarising Republican Dick Cheney, who has passed away aged 84. And Robert Taylor, former lead guitarist of New Zealand band Dragon, has died aged 74. Up next, SEN Sport. Australia is keen to bounce back in the T20 series, taking on India on the Gold Coast today. The series is tied at 1-1 after the visitors won Game 3 in Hobart. And in the Champions League this morning, Liverpool has downed Real Madrid 1-0, Bayern Munich beating PSG 2-0, Tottenham 4-0 winners over Copenhagen, and Juventus and Sporting playing out a 1-1 draw.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. The Monday Means Test with Wayne Hawkes and John O'Neill.
When racing takes centre stage, we bring Waitley and Giddy Up together. Gareth Hall and Jared Waitley with you. Hello, Gareth.
Hello, Jared.
Our means test crew are in place. SEN Track and RSN to review all that transpired in a memorable Melbourne Cup. John O'Neill, hello.
Wonderful day. Hello. Yes, it was a terrific day yesterday. Rain stayed away for most of it, which was good. But we did get a pineapple from Joe Moreira yet again.
Third in a Melbourne Cup, won the Big Dad. So there's a lot to congratulate you on. And Wayne Hawkes, hello.
Good morning, Jared. 84,374. That is some crowd for a crap Melbourne race day.
Yep.
I reckon that's as good as it's going to get, 84,000. It's amazing.
Had everything in the hour leading up. We were basking in sunshine momentarily, and then it all blew in, and people were huddled under umbrellas, which were blowing inside out. And then it was we're under leaden skies, but no rain when it came around. So our King's Gambit to start every means test. Gareth, the floor is yours.
We're going to talk about all of this as the morning unfolds, especially in Waitley, the story with Jamie Mellon, the McAvoy story, how they purchased the horse, how it was bred. But what summed up this victory with Half Yours was an interview I did this morning with a man by the name of Paul Charlie Farley, who people got to know as an umpire in the local football competitions around the Western District. He umpired well into his 50s. He's just been getting into the racing game, buying horses the last 4 or 5 years. He turns up to Camperdown for their once-a-year meeting and sees a horse by the name of Half Yours that goes around. And he goes, that's not usually what happens when one of Cole McKenna's horses start $26. He said it had Stayer written all over him. So he kept following that horse. And then when it came up for sale online, he rang Calvin McAvoy out of the blue and said, Calvin, is there anything left in that horse Half Yours? And he's, as he described it on my show this morning, he said, Calvin said, who the hell are you, mate? And he goes, well, I'm just a battler from the Western Districts. He goes, well, there's still 5% left. He takes the 5%. And now he's a Caulfield Melbourne Cup winning owner. And he's a terrific bloke. And that's what the Melbourne Cup is all about to me. And those are the stories that are priceless, Jared.
That is so great.
Yeah.
And that's the very essence of the
Yes.
Cup. So runner-up at Camperdown in January 2024 at $11.
Yeah.
And he goes, I like that
Yes.
horse.
Yes.
And one day buys it and wins the Cup's double.
Because it comes up online.
How good is that? That is a
Chances
great
are
King's
always
Gambit.
alive,
Yeah.
aren't they? The English sales,
Yeah.
the online sales, the get to the yearling sales, buying international horses.
I'm telling you, they
the
never buy
opportunity.
anything as useful as that online at our house.
Well, yeah.
The doorbell's ringing all the time. Have we got the Melbourne Cup winner there? No, it's just another pair of shoes.
Very good. Yeah, very true. Very
All right,
true.
the big issue is the poster girl of Victorian racing, Jamie Mellon, who this morning is a transcendent figure. She might be the most popular person in Australia this week, Johnny.
Well, look, and good luck to her too. She's had a really tough run. It's been well documented. She had that bad fall and was almost all over and came back and took her time. And she went out on a high, came back and had to work really, really hard to establish herself again, Jared. And all of a sudden we're at the stage where she's now won, 2 of the majors. So wonderful young lady, fantastic rider. And I think as G said here, the association with her and the McAvoys has been just incredible. So it was a ride too, right? She was patient, and I mean, we obviously had Middle Earth in the race, and I thought Ethan gave it a great ride, and I thought we were home until Jamie decided to just give it a little tickle, and it just put 4 on us. And so, wonderful effort by her.
You and I were in the box. I think was it last year that she rode 4 or 5 Winners' Cup week, and she wasn't riding good. There's no doubt about that. Let's be blunt about this. She had the bad fall. I reckon she come back too soon. My wife had a similar thing and took my wife a long time to get over that. So I know they're different, but it's the same but different. You're having a head injury, and she hadn't been riding well, and then all of a sudden she came back Cup week and went bang and rode 4 or 5 that week. And I wouldn't have put her. Put it this way: 4 years ago she'd be in everyone's top 5. She wouldn't have been anyone's top 5 in the last 3 or 4 years, and she wasn't riding well early in the year, and all of a sudden it just started to happen. And we talk about these jockeys that are big race riders. Well, you know what? She's in that same echelon of jockeys. We spoke about this on this program on Monday morning. So to do what she's done and to not just one jewel in the Crown of Caulfield Cup, but to nail the double. I mean, you talk about rare air. That's as rare as what it gets. But just quickly, I'm so glad that happened, for the reason being that I reckon the Caulfield Cup got a bit lost in translation about 5, 6, 8 years ago, but it's back and it's a form race, and so it should be. So for where Jamie's come and where she's got to. And I reckon one of the great comments I'd heard from yesterday, and there's 100 of them, was Ben said, just let the first wave go and just wait. And you said it on Monday morning, Jared. You don't win going around them. You got to cut the corner and go up inside of them.
Too.
And she didn't just cut the bloody corner. She was, you know what she was? She was the warm butter with a butter knife and just went whack straight through the middle of it. And it's not dodgem cars, and it actually was the Royal Show. And she had the most minutest amount. And yes, the horse has got its momentum up, but to do what horse and jockey did there, that's also rare air.
So, is there another moment in another sport anywhere at any time where wife just gives the husband the shoulder charge and just goes straight through? That has to be
Oh,
unique.
at home it happens regularly, doesn't it?
It has to be unique.
I don't think I've ever. No, I'm trying to think. No, you're right, 100%.
But you know why it also doesn't happen? Because this is one of the only industries in the world where the fillies take on the boys and the men take on the women, and there's no for the fillies against the men. There is a concession with weight, but as far as the female jockeys go with the male jockeys, there is no concession. You play golf and the girls are off a tee, 20 metres closer to the pin. Jamie Carr's off exactly the same as what J-Mac is.
So, yeah, she's the best thing racing has going for it in this state. Has been for a while, although it's never been the smoothest of journeys.
Yeah, she's had some story, really, hasn't she, Johnny? And you know her really well. She's had her setbacks, she's had her disappointments, she's had her time where she's been in the media for the wrong reasons, whether that's been fair or not. But I think what she's been able to do is stay true to herself regarding the passion and love that she has for the horse. She does some wonderful work outside the racing game with the off-the-track horses, and she just loves the animal. And you can see that with the way that she handles herself, especially when she, you can watch her at home jumping those the off-the-track horses there at her property. But and she's been through a lot with that nasty injury, as Wayne pointed out. But her ride yesterday wasn't just brilliant, but it was so brave when you watched overhead. The gaps that she took, Johnny, were quite amazing, really. And as Wayne pointed out, her big-time riding in both the Caulfield and Melbourne Cup were exceptional this season.
Yeah, and the thing I really love about the story too is that some of the quotes and the comments that have been made by her after the races, I'm just a big kid that loves the horses. And, on the weekends, she's not out partying. She's on sort of sand track trails and she's round the beach on the horses, or she's at dressage events, or she's at, other jumping events and stuff. So she really just loves the horses, and, I think it's a wonderful thing.
There has to be a book written about her, but I want the book not to be released until she retires, so she can say a bit more than what she, and I'm not being smarty about it, she can say a bit more than what she probably can while she's under Racing Victoria jurisdiction, let's say.
What a CV she's already got 19 Group 1s. She's ridden an international Group 1. She's got the Cups double.
And she's 30 years old.
That's right.
Where in Adelaide she's from? Do we know where she was born? I know she's South Australian girl, but
I've been watching without the sound all the stories this morning. It's got photos of her on ponies as a 3 and 4 year old.
But isn't that Tiger Woods with a golf stick in his hand?
That's exactly what it is.
The Dacos boys that Nick didn't go anywhere without a football. I mean, it would have annoyed the hell out of the old man.
Just on that, there might be a chance that we might lose her to the game because she wants to go to Brisbane and win a gold medal in equestrian.
Well, could you imagine that
How
as the
good would
backstory
that be?
now?
Yeah.
Melbourne Cup winning jockey, gold medalist at home Olympics.
Yeah.
All power to her if she chooses to do that.
She said that she wants to do something like that anyway. So
Do you know what we all say? We'll just walk away one day, but you can see her just going, I'm done. The Tony Santic 3 Melbourne Cups with Mackay be going, it's all over. She's retired. We're finished. Jamie she'll just walk away one day, and you know what? Well done to her.
Yeah, but with a bigger mountain to climb.
Yeah.
That would
Well,
be awesome.
and what about the stage that the Olympics, Jared, here would be in the spring, I would say? Would they be?
Yeah,
It's always
they'll
August,
be-
September.
So she just misses the spring that year, right? That's all.
The
She
big
rides
issue-
all the winners leading in and after.
The big issue, Jamie Mellum, transcendent figure today for country racing, is as real as it gets. The best bit, the Cups double's been done again. I was worried that it had been consigned to history. Horses tried and just couldn't do it anymore without a fight. Broke that down, and then 2 years later it happens again, and it happens splendidly. What a horse. So 9 months 10 runs, 17,000 metres in its legs, and brains them in a Melbourne Cup.
If he joined in at the top of the straight like he was a 1,100 metre sprinter, that was how he powered to the line. I mean, that was one hell of an effort. And we all know, in theory, he's raced every month of the year. Has had a spell on the float. I mean, then I started thinking about horses and that don't like a spell. And one of mine that came to mind was a great old horse called Sports, and he was a dual Group 1 winner. You'd send Sports to the paddock, and he'd lose 40 kilo and come back looking ordinary. You kept him in work, and he just kept loving it. So you need that special type of horse that actually gets off on the environment of just being in work all year round. And I mean, he looked like a tank. I mean, he was as tough as, and obviously just thrives on the stable environment, because there's other things that you have to put into play here, because sometimes the horses need to go to the paddock and their feet need to have a rest. I mean, they're athletes running on their feet. So, just to have a break from shoes on and stuff like that. You've got shoes on 11 months of the year, and it's just a phenomenal effort. I mean, we spoke about this after they won the Caloundra Cup, and they said, oh, we're going to the Caulfield Cup. And I remember clearly saying, geez, you want to be some special horse to be able to do that. I mean, special, all right? We didn't even worry about the Caulfield Cup. We've just gone one better to win the Melbourne Cup. And amazing thing was that just how cool the horse was, the jockey was, and then those two blokes that trained it. Did they win a benchmark 64 and just stood back? And I mean, they didn't lose it. They were pretty relaxed and cool about the whole thing. It was very was not unemotional, but it was very relaxed, I reckon, after the race. And you know what it was like? It was like as if they just knew what they were going to do and they were turning up. I mean, you've won a Caulfield Cup. You've got the favourite in the Melbourne Cup. That's a big ask for anyone, isn't it? It really, really is.
Trainers in a moment. The horse itself, Johnny?
I've seriously never seen anything like it, Jared. Like, for a horse, as we say, to come from, being beaten at Camperdown.
What beat him? What beat him?
Yeah,
the form must be
must
really
be pretty
good.
It must be pretty good.
I bet you it's not.
I think what it does.
Stand by me, Ned. Household name. Stand by me, Ned.
How many starts has it had? Yeah, what's it done?
It's now 20 starts for 2 wins.
Oh, yeah. Ned. You know what? They should put Ned online.
You know, it hasn't won since.
They should put him on English online and they'll get a fortune for him.
Yeah, look, it just shows that, the dream is well and truly alive for people to be able to buy, as I said, these stride horses and go to the sales, get involved with the great trainers. I encourage everybody, the joy that, we see on people's faces from an ownership perspective. This is such a wonderful sport, and I think a lot of people seem to think that it's beyond their reach, Jared. And I think, like the My Racehorse scenario has been a wonderful inclusion for people to be involved in the racing game. So I just encourage everybody to really suck this in and really enjoy the whole Jamie Carr scenario, but this horse, because this stuff can happen. This stuff can really happen.
But this is the Michelle Payne of 10 years ago. You know why? Because you've got the Aussie horse that's owned by Aussies and trained by Aussies and ridden by Aussies. As great as what the internationals have been, we don't have that same hoo-ha. I mean, I rang Jared after the race, and Jared said, how many stories has this race got? I mean, there's 107 different stories that are still going to keep pouring out. I mean, I remember when the Japanese ran 1-2 and they couldn't speak any English, and Damien Oliver ran second, and he was the poster boy for the Melbourne Cup for running second. It's not Damien's fault.
Yeah, we'll come to that in the debate because I think a whole lot of the Melbourne Cup has been progressively restored, and it's been a triumph. It hasn't happened by accident either. It didn't get to where it got to by accident, but things have been corrected. The horse itself, Gareth?
I think he's just a freak, Jared, to do what he's been able to do. I know the McAvoys are training to perfection.
Can he come back?
He'll come back and be a weight for age horse. He proved that in the Turnbull Stakes that he can be a weight for age horse.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, in hindsight, he was a dead set moral in a Melbourne Cup. He was a weight for age horse that did what he did in the Turnbull. He wins a Caulfield Cup with ease and then only goes up 2 kilos and then does what he needed to do on Tuesday. Plus, he got rain, which he wanted. Like, he hadn't had rain in a Caulfield Cup. So, and he's by St. Jean, and we know all of that story. St. Jean.
Hang on, we'll get to that.
We're going to get to that. So, he's a freak.
That's a Michael Jackson song, isn't it?
Yes.
But didn't we talk about the Turnbull Stakes? How it just
highlighted it, Hawksy. I have to say, you did crow early.
And,
you did crow early,
and
you were right. You were right.
It's you can talk about the lesser grade races, but when that Turnbull Stakes is probably going to go down in the spring as the best race assembled of the best horses.
Every year we say
best horses were in that race.
Form always
and he was running down the outside, and doesn't he just love Flemington?
All right. The best bit, the Cups double completed by Half Yours. Big race integrity with our trainers and the curiosity of the breeding
next. This is the Cup edition of the Spring Racing Means Test.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
The Spring Racing Means Test on Waitley and Giddy Up. The big race integrity is the McAvoys out of the Melbourne Cup, Wayne. So father and son do it together. Tony now has the Cox Plate, the Caulfield Cup and the Melbourne Cup. So he's got the holy trinity of the Melbourne turf. Calvin breaks the budget to buy the horse online. And the next generation. So we've had David Eustace, Sam Freedman and now Kelvin McAvoy enroll as the futures, having already won Melbourne Cups.
This is the great thing about an Aussie horse winning the Melbourne Cup. There's so many stories. And, you know, you go back, I assume Calvin would have been born in Angaston or somewhere like that. He would have come through there. Tony's obviously the McAvoy family with Kieran being the cousin. They're from Streaky Bay. Over near Port Lincoln. Tony McAvoy was foreman for Colin Hayes, then Peter Hayes, then David Hayes. You know, then he came in as
he had to come
Brian
in when
Martin's
Peter
horse.
died.
What's his name?
Fields of Omar.
Fields of Omar's trainer winning a Cox Plate, and then he got pushed aside in theory, and that's fair enough to to David to come back from Hong Kong, and it was a very up and down time for Tony. And as a kid growing up in Adelaide, it was David Hayes and Tony McAvoy were there every Saturday at Morpheville, like I was with my father. And
what's your history with Tony?
Well, Tony sacked me. Thanks, Jared.
Good judge, Tony.
He
always knew he was going to be successful there.
Long story short, I didn't like school.
Hope you win the cup next year, Tony.
Halfway through year 12, I went and did a TAFE course. It then finished, and I had to do 2 weeks work experience.
You were 23 when you were doing the TAFE course too in year 12. Yeah,
that's because I failed 7 years in a row.
Correct.
16 years of age, 1988, Dad says to David Hayes, can Wayne go to Lindsay Park and do 2 weeks work experience? 2 weeks work experience over the spring, ended up going for 11 weeks. Attalack wins the 88 Melbourne Cup. I was there at Lindsay Park when that won. That was a pretty surreal sort of thing. And to set it up properly, my father had run second to Colin Hayes in the Adelaide Premiership for dozens of times. They were the arch nemesis in Adelaide. C.S. Hayes comes home from the Spring Carnival, is in next Monday. What the hell is Hawks' son doing on the feed trolley? So Tony, as one of the foremans, had to pull me aside, and the official line was, the Queen's grandson, the Archbishop of Kent, and blah blah blah, his nephews, friends, cousins, brothers coming, and we've got a heap of imports, coming out as far as staff. And I said, Tony, I came for 2 weeks. I've been here for 11 weeks. I've loved every second of it. If you're happy with it, I'll make you a deal. He said, what's the deal? I said, whenever someone left at Lindsay Park, it was you get tarred and feathered, thrown in the sawdust pit, and that's what you did in the 80s. That was like the kids of the apprentices on the construction site. Imagine what would have happened back in the day. I said to Tony, I ain't getting that done. I said, I can leave this morning and just tootle off. He said, away you go, son. So Tony McAvoy, in theory, was my first boss, and the first bastard to sack me, Jared.
So his place, he's already a member of the South Australian Racing Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
He was a Group 1 winning jockey, and now he's got the big three. It's such a legacy moment for him.
You talk about Tony. I've got a couple of stories about Calvin because I probably know him better, but he's a great man, Tony McAvoy, one of the nicest person I've met in racing.
Yeah, and look, I've got to say, I reckon his biggest joy or triumph would have been winning those 2 races with his son.
Yeah.
That's the type of guy he is, right? So he's always been a friendly, approachable. He's a great trainer, clearly, as we're saying. But
it's lonely sometimes. It's lonely sometimes as a horse trainer. So having a co-trainer, I think about the times of Peter Moody standing there with Black Caviar, on the hill at over in Newmarket. If you've got a co-trainer to help, and then when it's your family, I can tell you firsthand, it goes gangbusters.
Well, I've got to say, just that moment, sort of, I think probably 100, 150 metres to go, the vision of Tony just clapping the horse, and then that 10 seconds that he went over with Kelvin and just embraced.
Yeah.
Well, it was just wonderful. It's why you do it. And at the end of the day, if you're lucky enough to have your family and your friends around you in those environments, I was really happy for them both. He deserves everything that he gets, Tony, and so does Kelvin.
I think it proves the importance of youth, Jared. We've had, and Mick Price said this as well, when Michael Kent Jr. teamed up with him, it reinvented him. You've seen it with Sam Freedman and Anthony Freedman, David Eustace and Kieran Maher. And there's so many other stories. Kath Coleman and Peter Moody, Wayne Hawkes and John Hawkes and Michael
John's
Hawkes,
trying to
of
get rid
course.
of me and has for
But,
20 years.
Calvin came at the time, I reckon, when Tony needed him. And Calvin all of a sudden was ambitious and he saw his mates having success. And he said to Dad, and they were going through a bad period. He told me this morning. And he said and his dad said to him, "It's all right, Calvin, it'll turn around." And Calvin said, "No, Dad, we've got to go and make it happen." So he went and he pestered owners like Johnny O'Neill. He got on the front foot with Mr. Zhang at Yulong. He got on the front foot with Godolphin. And all of a sudden, he's got all of these horses now in his stable. He was brave to buy Half Yours for $300,000 online. And now he's reaping the benefits of being brave and trying to make things happen instead of making things come to them. And I think it's an inspiring story. And hats off to Calvin. And he's living his dream now.
Yeah. Has anyone mentioned about when Tony had did he have a heart attack or nearly had the heart attack? I reckon wasn't he crook because he was in Adelaide, obviously at Lindsay Park, and then he came to Melbourne, was at Flemington, and then they were moving to Ballarat. Then he moved to Hawkesbury as well, and was just all over the shop. And I don't know whether he had a heart attack, but I know he had some bad heart palpitations and things weren't quite right, and they just had to sort of scale things back. But I mean, they left Flemington and went to Ballarat, and then they've come back to Flemington. So it's been a little bit topsy-turvy.
So he's had a great supporter with him the whole time too, hasn't he?
Pipeline and Wayne Mitchell.
Yeah,
that's the McAvoy Mitchell part. And Wayne
he's
Mitchell's
been a huge influence and support behind the scenes.
Wayne
for Tony
bought
for
Lindsay Park.
That's right.
Off David Hayes
because he actually set the business up at Hawkesbury too. I think, didn't he? Originally, yeah. So and he's a nice guy too.
The glorious curiosity in the story is the breeding. So it's been said with great pride, the only Australian-bred horse. St. Jean, there was that great story in yesterday's Herald Sun. The horse, the sire, has never had a horse sold at auction. Never.
No. Really?
They are unsellable. The only mares who go are sent by breeders.
Really?
Yes. Incredible.
So we go back and have a look at Very Elegant.
Yeah.
She was by Zed.
Yep.
So it's a similar thing. Like, I mean, I don't know how, I shouldn't be potting Zed, but I don't think Zed's done much outside of Very Elegant. So
no. Well, it's just it's one of those stories that only racing can produce, really. And St. Jean would be more popular this time around.
Let me tell you, St. Jean today's, I reckon he'd have 3 mares booked in already this morning, wouldn't he, St. Jean? I'm sure he would.
Brent O'Brien pointed out it's the first, from thestraight.com.au, it's the first Australian bred horse to win the Cup double since 1939.
Is that right?
Who did we decide it was? It was from the 70s.
Yep.
I think bigger one of them.
I wrote that down.
Anyway,
Gala Supreme.
Gala Supreme.
The first Australian bred since Gala Supreme.
Wow. So
Victorian bred.
Where the hell is St. Jean? Where does he stand? How much does he stand for? Does anyone know?
$3,300, which then went up to $10,000 after the naturalism. The numbers had diminished from sort of the high of 29 back to 6 or 7.
And he's got 3 today.
Amazing.
But who wants to wait around these days for 5 years to see if these horses any good or not?
Grant Dwyer, who's in charge of all, is going to join me later on.
How good's that?
Let's check in with Nath in the newsroom.
Good morning. Making SEN News headlines. The opposition, Susan Lee, confident in her leadership of the Liberals amid reports of her party split over her handling of key issues. The head of ASIO, Mike Burgess, says at least 3 foreign nations are willing and capable of carrying out an assassination on Australian soil. Online platforms Reddit and Kik have been added to the federal government's upcoming social media ban for under 16s that begins on December 10. And Robert Taylor, former lead guitarist of New Zealand band Dragon, has died, aged 74. Up next, sen.com.au sport. Australia is keen to bounce back in the T20 series, taking on India on the Gold Coast today. The series is tied at 1-1 after the visitors won Game 3 in Hobart. And in the Champions League this morning, Liverpool has downed Real Madrid 1-0, Bayern Munich beating PSG 2-0, Tottenham 4-0 winners over Copenhagen, and Juventus and Sporting playing out a 1-1 draw.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Today's category is Johnny's runners. 2 of them were 3 wide the trip. You're going, oh.
Can't
But
blame Joe.
The one who filled the formula of 10,000 metres, and he was topped up by running at Moonee Valley in that funny old JRA Cup. Middle Earth, rocketing for third.
Geez, he pulled down to the middle, tracked up, and when I see Ethan holding them like that, I thought, my God, this thing's going to let go and win. So incredible run by it. We always knew the 2 mile was where he needed to be, and the blinkers just switched him on. So great ride. Buckaroo, as has been well documented, had an internal bleed, which was not ideal. But you'd probably find a lot of horses that went around, tried so hard that might have been the issue. Great thing with Craig Williams being on board is he looked after Bucky. So he's fine. He pulled up fine. Everything's okay, no problem. So he'll just have a nice break and come back in the autumn, which is good. And then I actually felt for Jai McNeil. Like, I had a really good chat with him after the race, and I'm, as everybody knows, I love to have a crack at the jockeys, but I think he worked so hard. He could not get in. He pushed up. They kept pushing up. He jumped really well. So here he is, 3 deep the trip. But
he got 18 days too, didn't he?
He did get 18 days.
Did you see the overhead shot?
Yeah,
Jeez,
I
he
did.
just
Yeah, he
squeezed him
tried
up
to
a
get
tree.
in. He came back and said, "Look, I just couldn't get in." He said, "But I was trucking beautifully on the back of Land Legend until the Magic Man dropped his wand
We'll
or
get-
whatever
we'll
we
get to
call
him
and,
too shortly.
and off he went. And then he said, "I was just exposed 3 deep. The horse did a wonderful job. Just wasn't his day." And he did say they went slow early, which enabled him to be a little closer than he wanted to be. And we all saw from the race, and we always say it, that you've probably got to be at worst on the back of the second wave. If you're back any further and they do go slow, you give yourself no hope. So those horses that were well back, most of them made no ground whatsoever.
They probably weren't that good either.
But look, having said that, I mean, you're talking about
distance
some
and the
good
conditions.
Yeah, true. But there were some really good sort of quality. I mean, that Presage Nocturne, as I did say.
So let's do the beaten favourite.
Sure. Okay,
because
sure.
he was sensationally backed.
Yeah.
$9 into $5.50.
It's a big go today.
Yeah, so the
Big
only
go.
one I can think of, Pop Rock, was something similar.
Yeah.
Oscar
Got
Schindler
beaten,
had a big go once, didn't he?
but 19th and never figured.
Well, look, as I did say the other day, and this is always the challenge, these jockeys, mate, unfortunately, the jock couldn't get from crown to chin-chin. So how he was going to get round
No
Flemington in
disrespect
a
to anyone
field
at
of
chin-chin
24,
either.
so he's gone back. He probably doesn't know about the second or third or fourth wave. He's sitting back there thinking, I've got a superior wet tracker. Well, we got a little bit of rain, Jared, but I mean, Liam did such a wonderful job with that track that it was probably a 5 at worst. I'm not quite sure what the rating was during
It was
the
on
cut.
the
Was it
worst side of 5, yeah.
but just did an extraordinary job, and he was back there going up one-way lanes the wrong way and stuck at the traffic lights, as I said he would be. So he just gave it no hope. He's just never going to win from there. So from a beaten favourite scenario, the other horse that I thought was really disappointing, where there was a stack of money, Jared, at the call of the card, was El Riffer.
So El Riffer is so interesting. The unanswerable question is 59 is just simply too much weight. I don't know why. So there was a bit of European superiority about that. No, we'll just come and have we seen this before? Oscar Schindler and Septimus, and never forget that they just thought Septimus was unbeatable, and it was the same as it's a handicap.
What did Saintly have when he won the Cox Plate into the Melbourne Cup?
56 and a half.
Was it 56 and a half?
So we're
55.
in
Because
metrics.
they paid some money for that horse, Jared. I think they paid north of $5 million for that horse.
In
Did they really?
metrics,
Aussie dollars.
58 and a half, think big. You have to go back to Rain
Yeah.
Lover in the prehistoric era. It's
But
crazy.
they got hope through Gold Trip winning with 57 and a half, and they got hope through Very Elegant winning as well. But you're right. History tells you 57 and a half's not 59. And the greats of European racing haven't been, well, from a staying perspective, haven't been able to come to Melbourne and win a Melbourne Cup. So, but at the end of the day, they paid that money because they've got that money and they wanted a Melbourne Cup horse and they got the favourite and it didn't work out.
So where does it go now? What are they? It's got to go back overseas.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, it's a 2,400, 3,200 metre horses.
No,
I don't think
he could stay and run in the BMW and races like that.
Yeah, okay, but he can't win at Queen Elizabeth.
Probably not.
No.
So
he is more a weight for age 2,000, 2,400 metre horse than he is a stayer.
And that's what I was about to say. So at the end of the day, was it the 59 that stuffed him, or was it just that it was the 2 mile?
Maybe.
Because the thing about it is, right, this is the marathon. This is not the 400, the 800. Because in racing, it's only an extra 200 metres. There's only an extra 200 metres. I've said this 1,000 times. It's a long way in a horse race. So this is the 42-kilometre marathon. They do not go across the line like they do in the Everest. They are going in 7s and 8s, and how Buckaroo ran was he was buggered. Well, plenty of people in a marathon, you see at Olympic Games all the time, mate, they pull out, they don't run, whatever, and that's what happens. But when we get in a horse race, you go, oh no, Buckaroo, look at him. And yes, he had a little internal bleed. If you scoped and put the endoscopic scope down a horse's throat, of all the 24 runners,
most would
I'd guarantee you that there'd be 3/4 of them would have some blood down there. So when you're not scoping, you don't know. So the only time you know is if it actually comes out of his nose. And you don't know, if you didn't scope Buckaroo after his last race in the Cox Plate, you actually wouldn't know. But because he ran so poorly, they said, straight to the vet clinic, and that's how you know these things. But for the doubting Thomases, remember this, it is the marathon, and not everyone goes across the post together.
What about Gareth's tip?
Which one?
Did he drop his hammer?
No.
Hammer's dropped his hammer.
Thor's
dropped his hammer.
He was meant to be following J-Mac, and I think he got mixed up with what colours J-Mac was wearing, because he ended up like midfield, the fence from his gate, J-Mac.
Yeah, that was outstanding. Right?
But the thing with, so when you interview the Irish, for instance, Kevin Blake, one of the great form students, he gave us a good push for Goody Two Shoes. And so did Joseph at the end of the day, owned by JP McManus, which is a bigger punter than Johnny O'Neill and a bigger owner. And that's saying something. So they knew what they were doing with her. And I reckon they were thinking, why is she that price and Alrifa's that price, basically?
Yeah. I'll tell you the other horse that ran really good was Torrenzino for Paul Prushka.
Yeah.
It was a huge run.
Huge.
And it would have been an enormous thrill for Celine too, I would have thought.
Yeah. Gave it,
like,
she gave it a
winning
peach. Chance. Yeah.
She gave it a peach, so they ran 3rd and 5th.
So I just can't see if you got 59, don't come.
Well,
There's just no
someone's got to carry 59.
No, they don't. Is 58?
Yeah, I think it is.
High,
yeah, the maximum. Yeah, someone's got to be carrying 59 each.
58?
No, it's gone to 59 because of
58.
Well, it's 58 or 59 because the weights have to go up because they want the best jockeys competing in it.
But you can't win with
that.
There's
no point running.
The great thing is, and I know you highlighted this last week, is that this is the elite handicap race in the world for stayers. This is what it is. And we found a progressive horse that's won our second best handicap staying race, the Caulfield Cup. It's got in at the right weight, in the right time, and it's got the money. And it will go on in Australia and be a really good weight for age horse, no doubt.
Yes. And oh no from Melbourne Cup Day coming up on the Spring Racing Means Test.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Yes, yes, yes! Yes, yes, yes!
Yes, yes, yeses from Cup Day. Oh, I've got one. I'll start. Darren Flindell, who was in very good form yesterday. He was just playing the cheeky yesterday. In the first race, he managed to drop in. He just hasn't shut his mouth, that mouth of his yet. And I thought, oh, that'll... But I did like this.
But petticoats off and gone to the 100 metres.
Well done, Darren.
Petticoats off and...
Yeah, well done, Darren. Who else got yes, yes, yes?
I'm all over Kieran Maher with Gringotts and Joey in Sydney. Our local we've now anointed him as an Aussie. Our French trainer up there. Just an extraordinary result, really. Kieran trained the first 3 in the big dance. To get that horse back after it was crook and win the race was extraordinary. And also, just personally, Michael Hickmott. I think he's doing a wonderful job. He bought Party Crasher for not much money. We chopped it up with a heap of the boys and a lot of old friends. And to be able to win that race Cup Day on the big stage, we got Zara to ride it. I thought it was unbelievable.
Got 2 yeses. Yeses. Spit it out. Without doubt, the greatest yes, other than the Melbourne Cup itself, Liam O'Keefe and that track. Now, I bang on my own nose about Sydney and everything. Sydney had 13 mil of rain last Friday night, and it was Scheisenhausen last Saturday. We get 37 here at Flemington, and look where it ended up. We spoke to Liam off air. He said it's probably going to be a 6, 7, and was disappointed that little bit of rain come on Saturday morning. Imagine if it didn't come. I know he gets the big budget. I know he gets everything thrown at him, but you know what? Liam and his staff, please take a bow because it was amazing.
Should be chairman of tracks for the whole of the country, in my opinion.
And yet again, Sydney, bad tracks. My other one, late on Melbourne Cup morning, driving down Epsom Road, rain everywhere, the worst I'd seen it all year. Get to the stables, started to ease a little bit. I'm walking through the tunnel at 4:30 in the morning. It was like Burke Street 2 days before Christmas. It was out of control because you got to be off the track by 7:15, an hour and a half early. All of a sudden, everyone's gone through, and I'm just come out of the tunnel, and it's raining, and I just felt it. There was a horse behind me, and it was right behind me, and I've gone, "Are you right?" And who do you reckon it was? Who's the biggest smart A you-know-what of all time? J-Mac. And I've looked at this big buff-headed thing, and I've said, "That's not her, isn't he?" He just looked at me and smiled. So he walks past me walking up the hill on Via Sistina, the Cox Plate winner. And I've looked at her walking behind and gone, "You ain't got a good set of legs, and I wouldn't have bought you as a yearling." So my yes is this. Via can do anything. And I'm telling you why. No joke, the rain stopped. I thought, that'll do me. I've gone in the tunnel raining, and out comes Via, and the rain stopped.
Should have run over the top of you. My yes is that we're embracing the punt once again. One of the best call of the cards. People say to me, I've never seen anything like it in the last 25 years. It's all right to have a punt, gamble responsibly, but it's great to see that back and in full force this spring carnival.
All right, the Oh-No's.
Oh, no.
I actually had Michael Hickmott in the Oh-No's. See if you can pick the fault in this.
I just said to Jamie when I spoke to her before the race, I said I wouldn't tell Mozart how to paint, so you do what you like.
I might tell Mozart how to paint, for what it's worth.
He's a horse trainer. He's a very good bloke, and he's a horse trainer. He might have been a good painter, Mozart too. I don't have any of his work, but oh no's, Joe Moreira, do me a favour, please. We did hear Graham Begg sort of Potter jockey, I think, didn't we? The other day? Andrea Atzini. What he was doing in that Melbourne Cup on Land Legend, no one has got any idea.
Well, he couldn't hold it.
He couldn't hold it. Well, if you can't hold it, I'll get a text from a very respected horseman who said, "My God,
Joe Moreira,
please,
Oh no,
Joe.
Joe.
That's
Oh
enough."
no,
They should rename this to Oh No, Joe. He did write a winner.
He did too.
I
was on the second horse.
So I just want to do futures markets. Our Riffer was $5 after weights were declared with 59. He ran $8. Half yours was $3.50 the morning after the Caulfield Cup. He ran $9. There was no 100-to-1 shot in the Melbourne Cup, which is a disgrace. The longest was $71. There should be at least 4 and probably 5 100-to-1 shots.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Race 5, number 1 in Sydney, Gringotts. Airborne. Flying.
Nice.
Flying.
Gringotts burst to the front from Vivier, and Gringotts goes back to back in the big dance.
Trouble was the protest with St George got dismissed. The
And
double
it should
went
not
under.
have. And it should not have.
No, I've never barracked for a protest harder. Something for the battlers.
Point Barra to win there tomorrow and Tennessee Stud to win next year's Melbourne Cup.
What?
Yes, I'm telling you, that's the mail I'm getting from Ireland.
Johnny?
Just have something on Nadal on Saturday. We need that rain coming Friday and Saturday, but he's going really well. He's in the listed 1200.
Saturday race 9, number 3, Grand Larceny.
Nice. I've run us out of money for what it's worth. It was all on St George.
Lucky
I
you're a
didn't
good
get to
comp because you're a
Gringotts.
shocking punter, Waitley.
Terrible.
Go
How did
away.
the protest not get upheld?
Oh, no one else was interested. I was riding every minute of it. Point Barrow tomorrow. I agree with you. That's the
just
one.
reinvest, but gamble responsibly, UG, all right? 1-800-858-858.
He responsibly gambled well with my money.
Hello there, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. Opposition leader Susan Lee is confident she will continue to lead the Liberal Party in the midst of her net approval rating in the latest news poll plunging to -33. She's copping heat from her party over her handling of the net zero issue following the Nationals' move to dump the 2050 target. Ms Lee is under pressure to reveal the Liberals' position on the emissions reduction target.
We listen to experts, to industry and also to each other. So the Energy Working Group has been on foot for all of this time. We haven't just been sitting still. A lot of information has been coming forward.
That's from 9. A former NRL star will face court next month after being charged with stealing $140,000 worth of cryptocurrency. Ex-Dragons and Panthers player Trent Merrin has been accused of taking the funds from an account belonging to a 29-year-old man. In Victoria, a breakthrough for police over a 1991 murder with a man charged over the killing of a young Melbourne mother. Melinda Freeman was just 27 when she was allegedly murdered in her Whittlesea home. A 63-year-old man will face court today. And it's now Sir David Beckham. The soccer legend has officially been knighted at Windsor Castle by King Charles for services to sport and charity.
It's nice to have 6 Premier League titles and obviously a few other medals along the way, but this without doubt will be pride of place.
Coming up next, sen.com.au sport. Ending months of speculation, the Australian squad for the first Ashes test in Perth will be unveiled today. Marnus Labuschagne, after a string of domestic centuries, looks set for a recall. And the Ashes begins in 16 days. Catch it all live right here on SEN. And jockey Jamie Mellum says her history-making Melbourne Cup win on Half Yours still hasn't sunk in.
live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back. This is Giddy Up, and we'll continue on the mean test. We've got about 5 or so minutes because the boys have got to go. Main betting ring had at least 3 at 100 to 1. Surely that was a direction by Waller to Mirror on Land Legend to go hard to pick this pace up so the other runners had a chance.
Well, I don't know about that.
Yes.
But what I do know is that when you're 3 deep and you're getting a lovely track into the race with the second favourite, you'd like to think the bloke wouldn't have taken off 1,100 from home.
Yes, to right of Nashville Willer and Gringotts. Was there a run there? Yes. Sensational, probably riding in the best form of his career. That's for Tony. There's no point running ridiculous comment by Jared. Firstly, it's about the weight you're giving away, not the weight you're carrying. Secondly, 59 is the new 58 based on the scale change. Thirdly, very elegant, incentivised, Spanish Mission, trifecta with top weight. Gold Trip carried 57.5 with the old scale. Maccabi Diva / Vinnie Road carried huge weights. Vinnie Road didn't win, but Al Riffa just wasn't good enough on the day. He wouldn't have won with 54 from where he was in the run.
Speaking of that, you two blokes boo-hooed me when they gave 2 kilo penalty to the Caulfield Cup winner. What are you saying now? One of you wanted 1 and one of you said 1.5.
Yeah, well, I
wanted
wanted
to
to
give
give- I
it
wanted to give
2
it 8.
kilos was pretty damn.
We wanted to back him,
2
that's
kilos
why.
was pretty damn. You're declaring that, are you, Gareth? Good on you.
I'm only. Well, who? Well,
The
yeah.
bottom- you didn't. You were on Hammer. You wanted to get on Hammer.
The
Thor.
bottom
Hammer
line
got
is,
lost.
The bottom line is,
What did
if you win a Saturday race, they love putting you up 2 kilos.
Yeah, Hammer got
You
lost.
won a
He
Caulfield
was-
Cup.
He was too wide, 13th. He was back last past the winning post. And when a horse takes off like Land Legend, you're too far back. You're right. You need to be at least at the front of the second wave.
It's going to be very interesting with the Caulfield Melbourne Cup winner going to the weight for age in the autumn because a lot of horses don't do it. And the Turnbull Stakes was set weights and penalties, and the weight for age scale pulls a lot of horses up. It really, really does because the truth is most horses can't do it. Where you would expect him to do it would be because he's got a really, really good turn of foot, and those horses are the ones that get away with it.
Well, I would imagine knowing there's always wet in Sydney in the autumn, it'll go the 2000 Ranvet into the BMW and probably back up.
This is a good.
Or is it 2 weeks now the BMW into the Queen Elizabeth, or is it back up?
I'm not sure whether
It
it's
used to
back
be a
up.
backup, but
Yeah.
it may well be 2 weeks.
I
So
haven't had-
that'll be the 3
Yeah. Can't
cases, I would imagine.
I haven't
for
had
the
a
autumn.
chance to look at the data yet, but Al Riffa ran the second best 600 of the race, this listener says, only bettered by the winner. Difference was he was given no chance to win from where he was. The winner was given.
But he ran
a
pretty
chance.
good, though.
He did, but 59 is difficult to carry.
But circling around him's not
But
easy.
the other
as
challenge
well.
was as soon as it drew the gate. I mean, if it draws 4 to 6, it's probably in the finish. I'm not saying it would have won. I mean,
Valiant King.
yeah.
What did he draw?
Yeah,
he drew 10.
Right, and
And
hang
was
on,
so
hang on,
deep
hang
the
on.
trip.
Drew
Yeah.
10 and couldn't get in and shafted a couple of riders to get in as it was. So you
I know
buggered,
they
you
were
buggered before you start. So you know what the bottom line is? Only they will know whether it was the weight that stopped him, whether the horse was right or he wasn't, because they're the things that we still don't know, even post-race going, was the horse 110%? Everyone always says, yeah. they're great.
Maybe it wasn't Zara's greatest ride as well.
Oh, look, I don't think that's the case. I think at the end of the day, he rode it like he thought it was the best horse in the race. And when you draw, I mean, what do you do when you
Well, you
draw
have to-
18 or 19 in a Melbourne
Yeah,
Cup?
and he had to-
you
Where
either
do you
kick
go?
it
Where do
forward
you-
and try to sit outside the leader, or you go back and try to get in.
And that's what he had to do, and he didn't get that
Yeah,
luck
well, and he
because of
just
the
didn't get
gate.
in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and he had to
so-
ride it like that to get the 59 and the 2 miles. So
There's
yeah,
nobody riding better than him at
No,
the
he's on
moment, so
fire.
at the end of the day.
No, I'm not saying it was a bad ride by Sarah. There's a few was suggesting there, but under the circumstances with him getting a strong 2 miles with that horse, with 59 on his back, he had to take the punt and try and get in somewhere. Celine Gaudray did. Gate 18, she's 3 back the fence. She rode the house down there yesterday
Yeah,
in
she
that
did.
race.
I mean, she's a great rider,
She
Celine,
is.
too. Like, she was an elite apprentice.
Yeah.
She's come through. I know she's riding a lot for Hazy at the moment, and she was zipping in and out of Adelaide when he had horses, and I think she won a Group 2 over there for him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she's a terrific
Just-
rider, Celine.
We're running
Really
out
good.
of time. Blake Shin's okay. He's broken his leg pretty badly. He's
Yes,
in
he
hospital.
has.
Have you
I
heard
just
from him?
texted him, actually.
Yeah.
I texted him earlier just to see how he was. He said, I have broken my left tibia and my fibula, and they are putting a rod in my leg this afternoon. So I think our thoughts go out with him. I have to be honest, like, he was on the track for 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah, it was scary.
And it was like, it was the most horrendous time. Like, we've had this tragic situation with Tommy Preble, and again, I think we need to appreciate, certainly from a Melbourne Cup perspective, like 24 horses.
How
what
long-
are
how
they?
long-
400 or 500, 550 kilos.
500 to 550. yeah.
Riding as tight as what they do with these, with these lightweight guys on them. So, Blakey, we wish you all the best, mate.
How long an injury is that? Is that 6 to 12?
Well, I'd say
It depends.
Yeah,
I
I'm
know
not
it
sure,
depends, but
a
what
rod
is
in
it?
your leg? It's probably
It's a long
6
time.
months, I would
He'd be
imagine,
lucky to
yeah.
get back for Magic Millions and maybe.
Oh, he won't get back for Magic.
No,
maybe
you'd
early
be
part of the
lucky to
autumn.
get back for the autumn.
But I will tell you, and I know that looking at some of the footage from Jai McNeil and Willow and stuff leading into the Cup, these blokes work that hard on their weight and their fitness and their ability to.
B. Mellon was
to be
53 and a
alert.
half.
Yeah, incredible, right? So I haven't seen anybody work harder than Blakey consistently. He went to Hong Kong. He had to work hard on his weight. He's come back here and done it. So
He's a Melbourne Cup winning jockey, isn't he? And all of a sudden on
he's
the
a
Melbourne
star,
Cup Day,
mate.
years later, he's on the deck.
Proper
Yeah, so-
athlete.
Can we just quickly, because we didn't speak about this earlier, the blood in the mouth. Have we spoken about that?
No.
Did you speak
No,
about
we
that at all
haven't.
this
No, we
morning?
haven't.
Yeah, look, I mean, there was obviously a lot of.
Oh, we have a little bit.
There
They
was a- there was a
explained
lot
it.
of-
He's bit his tongue.
He's bit his
Yeah.
tongue.
Yeah.
So, I mean, at the end of the day,
A lot of people would like you to bite your tongue. Wayne,
Correct.
I can tell you.
I did it last night. I bit the side of my lip last night. I mean, it happens, but people have watched it. And,
We thought it was a
social
cold
media-
sore. We thought
social
you might have
media,
been
social
out
media's
laying up.
blown up from that point of view.
So
but
just explain that to the people.
The cold sore or
no,
the-
no.
Oh,
We'll be serious here for 1 sec,
Righto.
Wayno.
Okay.
Tell us what happened.
Well, when he went across the post, I did notice that there was blood in his mouth. The first thing I thought of is he's bitten his cheek, he's bitten his tongue. I mean, does that happen? It happens. I mean,
I've seen you do it with a hamburger when you get
we were
into
being
it.
serious for a second.
Sorry. Okay.
So the end result is it happens. Now it didn't look sexy on Channel 9 with the coverage that we had of the horse with blood in his mouth. But does everyone get on social media and throw their toys out the cot when old mate comes off with a blood rule? Is it any different to that? Now you haven't gone out. If two footballers have gone whack and hit each other accidentally, I don't reckon the horse went out there to do that. And another thing that Calvin McAvoy told me this morning, and I said to Calvin, can I say this on there? He said, please do, to tell everybody. This horse does this basically every single race start. It's just that it was blown up more because it was post-race and Billy Slater was there interviewing Jamie Mellum. So obviously you had a real close-up, whereas you don't normally get to see that on a normal race day. So it's not the norm, but it actually is for this horse. So as I said, for the people that are blowing up on social media, remember when athletes come off I know they are contact sport to be fair, but you know what? Footballers can fall over, smack their nose and have a blood nose, so it doesn't have to be contact in theory. It's as simple as that.
Well done to Vicky Leonard, who's done a wonderful job for Kick Up for Racing. And with all of the antis coming out in force because of the situation with Melbourne Cup Week, her and her team have been sensational on social media, spreading the right message. And well done to Racing Victoria as well. There were no injuries out of the Melbourne Cup. Obviously, there's a lot of controversy each and every year regarding what's happening with the vet protocols ahead of a Melbourne Cup, Johnny.
It's clearly working, G.
It's
clearly
worked.
working.
And just the last one before we let you two go, the VRC Champion Sprint, Giga Kick 4, Tropica 6, Jolly Star 7, Better Dead 10, Tyrus Barrier 3, Craig Williams rides. And then, of course, so that's a great race. The Champion's Mile.
Who out of Giga Kick and 10 Tyrus
and Jolly Star?
No, I don't. I'm only talking those two, not her.
Okay.
Depending how the track comes up, if we get all the rain Friday and Saturday, it's going to be interesting to see how 10 Tyrus handles that. But if we get an even track, it'll blow them away.
10 Tyrus.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It just has to back up from last Saturday. And one thing that people should
they wouldn't run it, mate, if it wasn't going to do that.
One thing that people should do is actually get to the races and actually have a look at the horse.
Yeah,
I mean, if he's in the mountain enclosure and he's looking sexy as, lovely and relaxed, and he's not ribbed up and he's looking great, you know that he's done well all week because it is not easy sometimes backing up week to week. You might have the best.
But I will
horse,
say, Anthony and
but
Sam,
you've
they're
got to do
very.
it.
Ant's a very conservative trainer, and so is Sam. So I can tell you now,
for sure,
if that horse is not 100%, it wouldn't be running.
But it's going to be a hell of a race.
We're running out of time. Pride of Jenny, who's barrier 2. It's not a great draw for her because she likes to come across and just do what she needs to do in the early part. Treasure the Moment, perfect barrier 3. Like a Lucy, no good barrier 8. Mr. Brightside, he needs to draw low when he's against Jenny, but he'll get the weather conditions to suit him, I reckon. Barrier 9, Charwolf 7, Lake Forest with Tom Marquand on Barrier 6. That is a bloody great race. Steffi Magnetic at Barrier 1.
Is Johnny anything with Joe Pride? You talk about chin-chins a lot. Are you going to chin-chins for dinner, you and Joe, and mend the...
It's got none.
None?
It's got none.
No
Please.
chance?
It's got none.
No
It's a
chance?
big chance. Who beats it then?
Brightside's
Well,
going good.
you're all over Jenny.
100%.
So what I'm saying
Here we
is,
go. What are you
I
saying?
think Jenny. I think that win the other day was extraordinary. If
Yeah.
she gets an opportunity to be able to do that again, they won't beat her. But why do we always overlook the champion?
Brightside.
No, I reckon he's the one
That
to beat.
horse he's one of the best
Yeah.
ever. We keep trying to find horses to beat these stars. It's a freak.
Yeah,
It'll either be Jenny or him.
He's going to get the conditions
There'll
to
be
suit
no
him.
howling. There'll be no howling from the wolf on Saturday.
No
howling.
What about Treasure?
Stop it.
Ran third in
Should
the
have
Cox
been in the
Plate.
paddock. Should have been in the paddock.
She went good the other day, and I don't know
she
how
went
they.
great.
Where's Via Sistine? He's got 57. Tom Kitten, Light Infantryman, Kovalika, Attrition, Aliquer, Pier, Golden Path, Point King, Sebado. They're giving her,
It'll win by a
2 kilos.
$1.07.
It'll win by a furlong.
Hey boys, it's been a lot of
we
fun.
might run second and third, eh? I might run
Do you know
second
what?
and
The
third.
$3
Pier
million
and light infantry, man.
in a
Come
$3
on.
million race, you'd be
What
damn
about
happy to run
Wayne?
second
You
or third.
behave yourself at Fisher after the last you. Fisher,
Fisher.
you'll be
Oh, yeah.
you'll be
Mate.
dancing, mate. You'll be dancing.
Let me, mate.
Don't worry
You know
about
what?
that.
You know what? I don't know one song that
Wait
Fisher
for the
does,
drop,
and I
mate.
won't
Wait
be
for the
going.
drop. Wait for the drop.
Yeah.
The 80s,
You'll love that,
80s
mate.
is my go. Golden
You'll be
oldies.
right on the bridle after the last one. You'll be uncontrollable as we say goodbye. Good on you, Johnny.
See you,
That
boys.
is the
Monday.
means
Take it
test.
easy, boys.
We'll take a break and we'll come back and find you a winner with Bag of Tips next.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall. The Giddy Up Bag of Tips for Oz Equipment Rentals. Supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com.
Let's try and find you some winners here with Bag of Tips brought to you by Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. The Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee, just down the road from Swan Hill. Swing by for a cold beer. Oz Equipment Rentals, supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com. And our boost horse with Bet365, Delegate Lady, race 4, number 2. We're getting 3:20 up to 12 o'clock. Let's catch up now with, who have we got ready? Simon Wild is ready to go. Simon, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Hey, what about that win there yesterday at Flemington? It was a hell of a performance by your mare who flashed down the outside and won by 4 or 5 lengths running away, Persian Spirit. It was one of the performances of the day there, mate.
Yeah, no, he was really dynamic yesterday. He put in a performance like that first up this preparation, and we sort of thought, when it all sort of clicks into gear, he'll be winning a better race. And he didn't have a lot of luck at his last 2 starts. He just didn't have a lot of tempo, but it all came together yesterday. He got good speed in the race, and he was able to, get to the outside. And he's got a terrific turn of foot when it all pans out for him.
What do you do with him now?
Don't know. I think it's we've probably got to look at raising the bar. I just think with that sort of with that turn of foot, you can probably look at some better races. I mean, I think he's probably a black type of horse. If we can sort of place him right, we were sort of going to have a little look perhaps over in Perth. We might have a look in New South Wales as well at some of those good money races. But I'd love to get him into one of those handicaps. One of those group
Railway or something like that.
Yeah, possibly. He could. It was only a benchmark 90 yesterday, so I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. But they could possibly be the races if he just keeps progressing the right way.
Well, that is exciting, mate. What about today? We need a winner. Precious Charm in the 5th at Kyneton. First up, what can you tell us there?
She's got a pretty good first up record in lower grade. This is probably one of the stronger races first up she's contested, but I think she'll appreciate a bit of giving the ground. I really do think she's probably most effective over a mile and 2,000 metres. But like I said, she can pull out a run fresh, and she's drawn to get a nice run today. So it wouldn't surprise me if she ran a cheeky race.
Navy King was too good in the big one at Hamilton. He comes to Kyneton today, back in trip, but he's been well backed in this Bet365 Kyneton Cup. Your thoughts there?
Yeah, it didn't go to plan for him at Flemington. He sort of made amends last start in the Hamilton Cup. I thought he was pretty tough and brave there, and there was, that track had a lot of give in it at Hamilton, and I think again he gets a softer track. We kept him pretty fresh for this race, and he's one of those roll forward type horses, and he can sustain a pretty strong gallop. So. We think we got him pretty right. He's well weighted in that race too. I think he can run a pretty bold race.
Well, well done with Persian Spirit there yesterday, and good luck in the Bet365 Kyneton Cup. And you'll love Perth too, Simon. Nice beaches over there. A little warmer than Warrnambool. You'll have a ball.
Yeah, they have a few sharks though, don't they?
No, you'll be right, brother. Not where they swim the horses. You should be right. Thanks, mate.
All the best.
There's Simon Wild there. Let's catch up with this great man, the Salts. He's been in great form right throughout the spring. Dave Streelaw. G'day, Salts.
Gareth, good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you, mate. What's your best bet there at Kyneton today?
Look, it's a pretty tricky day, mate. We're on that heavy track, and as you know, the track has had its issues over the past few meetings. So generally, I'm pretty all over how a track is going to play, but I don't have much of an idea today, to be honest. So I'm going to watch a few. I'm hoping that they can run on. Generally, with some give in the ground, it can even up a little bit there. And My best bet in race 4 will need them to run on. Delicate Lady, number 2, but there's good speed in this. There's several engaged that go forward. She's the one that has wet track form. Her best runs are on heavy tracks, and Tommy Stockdale from that wide gate, he can just float back and let those up front chop each other up. And if they can make ground, I'd expect her to run on. She's my best bet on the program, but I am keeping my powder dry in terms of wagering early, and I just need to see those first 3 races be run just to know that we're not looking at a hot fence or anything like that.
Your next best, mate?
Up in the Cup, Lincoln Rocks.
Yeah.
I can see Navy King can run well. He's fit. He goes forward, but he does look a little under the odds. Lincoln Rocks comes through a lot of metropolitan races, and the thing worth noting is the stable have accepted him a couple of times recently. For example, he was accepted on Benalla Cup Day, and as soon as that track got upgraded to a good 3, he was scratched. This guy's best ratings are on soft tracks. I think he'll really appreciate getting his toe into the ground. We've got to excuse last start at Moonee Valley on that good track. He pulled up lame. He had some issues. I think he can bounce back today with Linda Meach in the saddle.
Beautiful, mate. Your quaddie, please.
We've gone our first leg, starting in race 6, 9 races today, mate.
Yes,
2,
I know.
7, 9, 12.
Yes.
Second leg, 1, 2, 7.
Mm-hmm.
The Cup or the what is the Cup race? Yeah, I've tightened that up. Just the 3 and the 5, the class horses, and bring it home with 2, 5, 7, and 12.
Beautiful, mate. Bring on Derby Day. Just having a look at those champions fields as well for at Flemington final day at the Carnival. It is going to be one hell of a day, especially that Champions Mile's a beauty. So I'm looking forward to the analyzer, brother. And the 2 units, you dropped that podcast, you and Footy, in great form. Then Thursday for that big weekend on Saturday.
Yeah. Thursday night, mate.
Thursday
we'll be
night.
This week. But, geez, what price of ES Sistina?
Hawks, he says $1.07. Yes, $1.07. He says.
Come on, Wayne.
$1.07, Wayne. I don't know. She'll be short anyway. Who wins the mile? I'm trying the draws have made it interesting. Like Jenny's, I reckon she's better drawn out wide. She's got gate 2, but I don't think there's too much pressure there. Maybe Pericles.
I've just been in recording an analyser for Oaks Day, mate, a special analyser. So I haven't even seen the fields, to be honest.
Anyway, you have a look at these fields later on today, and bring on Oaks Day as well, mate. It's going to be a beauty there tomorrow as well. So
beautiful, mate.
We appreciate you coming on, Salts. Thanks for that, mate. There's Dave Streelaw. Let's take, we've got Miles Fitzter here. Kyneton, he likes race 5, number 8, Tara Paulin, and race 7, number 2, Rogue Rocker. He's back on a Wednesday afternoon. He never sleeps, Miles. He's got, of course, Cam Luke with him. Race 6, number 4, She's Exotic. And race 8, number 2, in Belmiero at Grafton. Race 6, number 4, race 8, number 2. Luke Hoverness in at Grafton likes race 3, number 6, Wilderness Star. And race 6, number 8, Super Impressive. Race 3, number 6, race 6, number 8. And Mark Clayton joins us now, thanks to loveracing.nz, all for all you need to know about the sport of thoroughbred racing. New Plymouth today. What are you doing, mate? Where do we start with your plays, Clado?
Yeah, well, it's Champions Day today, and some great names to the 4, Poetic Prince, Clementina Bay, Courier Bay, and the colours took out the first, and the old Courier Bay. He's a great sprinter back in the day, but I reckon I might have a couple for us today, Gareth.
Beautiful, mate. Let's go. I'm ready.
Race 5, first leg of the late quaddie, and look, former trainer Steve McKee, every coin is a prisoner with Sticko, but I see he's got a share in Shubo, and I see Alan Sherrick scratched 2 of his runners for this race. So look, it's a better track today, drawn out a bit. He buys Z, but I'm pretty sure, talked to Sticko this morning, he's pretty sure they get away with it. So around an $8 price for Shubo. Don't worry about drawing out wide, and blinkers go on, and Kelly Myers a lot to do with the horse. And if you wanted a same race multi, gee, this filly really caught my eye at Tiaraha last start. Just a 3-year-old filly by Sham Express. There was 9 Luck Caddy Air, and we'll go around in the late Robert Prescott colours. Unfortunately, Robert passed away not too long ago, and associated with Ill Tempo, was a great horse. Luck Caddy Air, I think she's got to go in the same race multi with Shubo in race 5.
Beautiful. What else have you got for us, mate?
Well, the last leg of the quaddie, he's not a big winning. Hasn't got a big winning strike rate, but he caught the eye at Tiarawa, and he has operated second up. His only win was second up, and that was high country. And George Rook rides for Tony Pike. He has a lot of success down at Taranaki, and George Rook for a big day at Elsa yesterday, Premier Day, and picked up 4 winners. So he's on a heater, George Rook, and yeah, I think high country, nice value in the last.
Beautiful, mate. Love your work, Clado. So race 8, number 2 there, high country for T Pike. Go and get it, mate. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Gareth.
Head to thetrots.com.au for expert harness racing tips and in-depth analysis for major Victorian meetings at Bendigo. Tonight for Darren Carroll, race 2, number 4, Ride the Rhythm, race 7, number 5, Seaside Boy. And Harness Racing New South Wales, the home of the Carnival of Cups, where Australian music royalty meets quality harness racing action. At Bathurst tonight, race 6, number 10, Barocca Burney, and race 8, number 1, Jewel World. So race 6, number 10, race 8, number 1. Time for the news, and then we'll talk greyhound racing with the weekly chase team, Jason Adams and Georgie Ferrugia.
Good morning. Making SEN News headlines. The opposition's Susan Lee confident in her leadership of the Liberals amid reports of her party split over her handling of key issues. The head of ASIO, Mike Burgess, says at least 3 foreign nations are willing and capable of carrying out an assassination on Australian soil. Online platforms Reddit and Kik have been added to the federal government's upcoming social media ban for under 16s that begins on December 10. And Robert Taylor, former lead guitarist of New Zealand band Dragon, has died aged 74. Up next, sen.com.au sport. Ending months of speculation, the Australian squad for the first Ashes test in Perth will be unveiled today. Marnus Labuschagne, after a string of domestic centuries, looks set for a recall. And the Ashes begins in 16 days. Catch it all live right here on SEN. And jockey Jamie Mellum says her history-making Melbourne Cup win on Half Yours still hasn't sunk in.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Time for the Weekly Chase with Jason Adams and George Ferrugia.
It's been a big couple of weeks for the thoroughbred game, but it's sad harness in saying that as well, with the Victoria Cup and the New Zealand Cup just around the corner. But the big guns are about to step out when it comes to greyhound racing, because the carnival, I reckon, starts on Saturday night with the Top Gun. We had the heats of the Hume Cup there on Melbourne Cup Eve. And let's welcome in the Weekly Chase team. Georgie Ferrugia, hello to you.
G'day, mate. How are you?
Good, thank you. Jason Adams, hello to you.
Hello, G. Great to be here, and good to see you out at Sandown last Thursday night too.
Yeah, it was great fun at Sandown. We had a ball. Georgie, your tips saluted. The bloggers was on fire. The buffet was exceptional. So, yeah, well done to GRV and Sandown for having bloggers there. It was a lot of fun.
Gareth, did you notice, I think we spoke about this on Friday. There's some greyhounds that look like they're going fast. Like when you watch Explicit Run,
it
looks like he's going fast. Barefoot Zulu, I didn't know what the clock was going to stop at. I knew it was going to be fast, but he just looks like such a smooth mover.
Yeah, and look,
Yeah.
Sharapova Star's probably another one who really punches through the air.
Yeah.
But I think it's a white and black thing when it comes to dogs because it's happened in the past, whether it's a Tornado Tears and people think he's going half pace, which is up for debate. But I think it's a white and black thing. There's something deceiving about that look that you get that feeling.
I don't think bloggers appreciated what he just saw there. Basically, the time that dog ran.
It was incredible.
Smashed the clock.
That back in a winner.
Yeah, we were struggling early doors. Troy Little was to blame for that, but then he come good towards the back end.
And he's drawn box 8 at Sandown on Thursday. So another challenge from that little kiss of death box draw at Sandown. Yeah. So
Why wasn't he in the Top Gun?
Well, he didn't make it.
Well, he hadn't done enough at good levels. I mean, he had 2 really fast wins, which come in Grade 5 company, and prior to that, I mean, hadn't done a lot. So
I get the feeling this is Gareth's Wow She's Fast 2.0 here.
Well,
then he should have been in the Silver Bullet.
He should have been in the Silver Bullet, but you know what? Maybe you picked the field too early.
Well, there's an idea out there that possibly the Top Gun field can be settled on 7 dogs, and then there'll be 1 open spot, which is determined in the Silver Bullet. So if you're not a part of that 7 and you're dirty up about it, you get an opportunity in the Silver Bullet. So
why didn't he? We've got to ask Dave Gill. Why didn't he go to the Silver Bullet?
Well, he probably wanted to get qualification out of the way for the Melbourne Cup and go around in a prelude last week. So he may well have qualify for the shootout as well, which is another talking point. I mean, I'm filthy with the conditions that it finds itself with in this point in time.
Why? What are you filthy about? Let it rip, Jason.
It's been a race historically, Gareth, where it's a 4-dog race. So you want the 4 fastest animals in the field, and that's been up for
that's common sense
selection of the club and also GRV. But now in recent years, it's turned into a race where it's the 4 fastest greyhounds or set times at Sandown in the past few months. So my sticking point to that is, we could have got to a situation next week where you don't have a Cumbria Jack, a Power and Glory. Who else is there? Possibly a Mapunga Award. I'm not sure what he's done there in recent months. But, I mean, I just think you hamper yourself from putting on the best possible spectacle. Where at this point in time, there have been dogs that have gone fast. You've got your Kenya Tornadoes. You've got your Colac Kid. You've got Kenya Ponga. I mean, fast dogs, but is that what the shootout's built and been for a number of years? So,
and there were conditions around some races that dogs won in the lead-up.
There
got
was.
automatic, so they've scrapped
and it worked.
that?
That's no longer part of it,
Yeah,
and that worked okay because it was wow, she's fast and she's a pearl, but it can balls up pretty quick.
There were some years where it didn't work. Yeah.
Can you try? Or you have to race?
Have to race.
Well, dear Sandown, and whose decisions is Sandown or Greyhound Racing Victoria?
The club.
Well, can you just like...
It's all opinions, Gareth.
Well, the opinion of every racing fan out there, and you want to build turnover, and it's not rocket science. When you've got an opportunity in the middle of a carnival to pick your 4 best dogs, and Greyhound Racing's got a unique situation where that works. You couldn't do that in the Gallops or the Standard Breds.
No.
You get a chance to pick 4 of the best dogs in the country, and you're probably not going to get it right, but you've got a chance to get some interstate greyhounds like Cumbria Jack, for instance. It should be in a shootout.
Yeah.
That's
Those
what it's
sort of
designed
dogs, like
for.
your Cumbria Jacks, your Power and Glory, your Mallee Beauties, who
Yeah.
don't get that chance to race at Sandown, but they should be walk-up starters in a
travesty.
shootout.
It's a travesty.
If a dog like him misses out with 3 track records interstate, and then he comes to Sandown to have a free hit out, that would be his free hit at the stumps before a Melbourne Cup. Obviously, we're talking generally here because the greyhound is being set for the Phoenix. But I totally agree. There shouldn't be any conditions on that race. Absolutely.
Because we'd be talking about it now. We're talking about it for not the wrong race. I guess any publicity is good publicity. But we'd be talking about who's going to make the shootout.
Yeah.
Get a good sponsor.
Yeah, there's an argument to it about they deserve it because they've run times at Sandown, whatever. But I think it eliminates the talkability, as you say. To sit here now and argue that whatever dog, will it go to the shootout now?
But
and then have that selection process where there's conversation, people are talking about it. Now it's just we know who's going in. And
so have they done it because then it's easy to say, well, these are the conditions and we don't have to make decisions in that regard? Like, I just put your head on the chopping block.
I'm not privy to the exact reasons, but
what about Pro Mallee Beauty?
Certainly eliminates a controversy, which is
which is
what we sort of enjoy.
Part of the whole narrative of the race. Anyway,
Cumbria Jack and Mallee Boy, they can't get here. They're based in interstate. They're not going to come to Sandown just to qualify for a
particularly
shootout.
if they're in Adelaide Cup,
it's
Million
not
Dollar
fair.
Chase,
Yeah.
Top Guns. I mean,
Yeah.
that opportunity just isn't there.
The group racing calendar is too packed now to have a hit and run trial.
Well, they'll change it next year, surely, after listening to this conversation. Let's take a break. We'll come back with plenty more.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
This is the weekly chase. Georgie Ferrugia, Jason Adams and Gareth Hall. Georgie, Monday night heats of the Hume Cup. Upsets galore. No Timmy Zoo.
I threw my toys out of the cot. I got beaten ahead to make the final, Gareth.
That's life,
and
Georgie.
And the dog that beat me, Drew Box, won in the final.
Yep.
So I'm a bit dirty, but no. Look, sometimes it's a cop-out, Jace, I reckon, to say it's one of the more open fields, but this is because I think of the way a couple of these greyhounds race. There's speed in the two favourites, Nigel De Vere and Zelda Cavilla. Is that how we're pronouncing it? Cavilla. And also Ascend Ecstatic, all of them running under 9 seconds early. And then you've got some powerhouse sprinters. Urana Xavier, who ran me down, went 9:30 early, Jason, and powered to the line. He's a big 38-kilo greyhound. And the greyhound you've had a bit of time for when he first landed in Victoria, Magpie Hector, was a massive run. I reckon both of them on the race data, Jace, I know the track was wet and windy, would measure up quite well. So that's the key to me. Are the backmarkers going to get an opportunity to run down some of these greyhounds, can really lay down the foundations in the first two splits?
Yeah, I think in a lot of races when we say it's open, there's uncertainty about how things are going to begin. I think in this race, there's certainty about what they're going to do.
Yeah,
the outcome's not that certain. So, Shadows of Blue is going to miss the start. Nigel De Vere is going to get out well. When I look at this race, and I tip Shadows of Blue on Monday night, I really feel like he's trending in the right direction. $17 is way over the odds, I think, for a dog that has ran time at the Meadows. He hugs the fence. He's got an inside draw. I just think he's a great each-way chance. But I love what Zelda Cavilla is doing at the moment. So you're right. There's a lot of dogs to plug here. But one thing I love about this race is these dogs, you pretty much know what they're going to do. It's just a matter of your opinion on what's going to happen.
And we haven't even spoken about Accredited, who was a good heat winner.
He was awesome.
I just think about 2 years ago when Hector Fawley won the race, Gareth. It was only him and maybe one or two others that could win it. This is wide open. And in a corner start, if you can get out and go, it's going to be really interesting.
Who leads?
Yeah,
Nigel De Vere.
Yeah, I think Nigel De Vere is a huge chance. I'm keen on Zelda Cavilla as well. I just think it's body of work in the last 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah,
has been
it's funny you mentioned the track as well. And Gareth, this is probably an interesting point as well. When it rains, and I was there on Monday night, it rained pretty hard.
Yeah.
You take the natural assumption that the track's probably going to be a bit slower. In that first heat that was ran straight after the rain, they went pretty quick.
Yeah.
I mean, that was... who was that? I think it was a close finish between Vincent Barr was a part of it.
Yeah, that was Accredited.
Yeah, that might have been Accredited.
Yeah.
And it just felt like when it rains hard like that, it can sometimes initially compact the surface and they go quicker. So I don't read a lot into the handicap of the conditions, at least in that short time frame.
So if I gave you $50, what do you do in the Hume Cup?
Zelda Cavilla for me. Yeah, I know it's drawn sticky, but I'd like to be on.
I'd have... place heavy on Shadows of Blue with a little bit to win.
We'll take a break. We'll come back and have a look at the Top Gun finals.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back. This is Giddy Up and the Weekly Chase. Georgie Ferrugia and Jason Adams with me. Let's have a look at a few of the features now on Saturday night with the Top Gun finals. We'll start with the sprint. Couple of big stories. Power and Glory's been retired. That means your dog gets a start. Slick Splits there, Georgie. See if you're right or wrong.
Yeah, it probably changes the complexion of the race a little bit too. At his best, he can run pretty good first split, Jace. Stays in a fairly straight line. Yeah.
So what box?
Box
4.
If there's no
At
other
this stage.
scratchings, he'll start from box 4.
Yep.
It's hard to go past Melly Beauty. I know she does like to use a bit of the track too, but that early speed, Jace, gives her all the chance in the world here.
Yeah, you're running 5 seconds flat. It might not matter what you want to do.
Yeah.
Because you're probably going to lead the race. So
Yeah.
she can do that. She's got the draw. She's the logical option. But you're very right in what you say about Slick Splits.
Gareth's keen on the 8, Flying Zulu.
Why?
No, I'm not. I was only mucking around.
No,
I'm keen on
he's
Melly. I'm keen on Melly Beauty.
Is Deadly Avenger a sleeping giant? I know he didn't begin well enough on Thursday at Sandown. It was first start for a period of time.
Yeah.
We know what he can do.
You put a
hasn't done
line
lot
through
wrong.
the run, don't you? Yeah.
Hasn't done a lot wrong.
At this level, he's the most accomplished. He's a star. Okay. So great race, really good. And the 3 girls have drawn 1, 2, and 3. The Interstate Greyhounds. They needed a good hole, and they got one.
And then you say, can't wait to see Melly Beauty there in the shootout after that. Without a trace at $2, just wins the stays.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
I think so. I mean, look, is she ready to take the mantle off Ethanol Water as the best stayer in Australia? This is going to be an interesting little race. Pass marks in the money as well, guys, but I think pound for pound, the best 2 greyhounds, clearly the 5 and the 8, and I'm sticking with her because she can, if she leads Jace, she'll be almost impossible to run down, but we've seen her come from behind and win over 700 too. She's a great star.
Yeah, I've got exactly the same thoughts as what I had in the Victorian distance final where they both went around. Market was flipped, but I thought if Without a Trace leads Ethanol Water won't get her.
Yeah.
What about Melbourne Cup? We need a tip every week with our seedings. Melly Beauty 850, Barefoot Zulu 13, Arisal Sparkles 13, Deadly Avenger 15, Kenya Ponga at 17. But you were telling me in the break, I don't know if this is, were we allowed to talk about this, what you were telling us in the break about a dog that's not in the market? You know, about the one that, the good one from New South Wales, Jack?
Oh, Cumbria Jack.
Yeah,
well, it's been reported weeks ago now that he was withdrawn from the Top Gun. And I think the approach then was it's all about the Phoenix. But I hope this is on the record. When I spoke to Steve Fitch at the Meadows last week, he didn't say he was going to the Melbourne Cup, but he certainly did not shut the door.
All right,
can you imagine the dog he flies in a trial? How do you stay out of a race like the Melbourne Cup? It's steeped in so much tradition that you just have
And what else do you do? I mean, for a dog like him that is clearly a gun race dog, do you want him match fit or do you want him sort of trial fit? That's probably something you've got to consider.
We could have found out in the shootout.
Could have found out in the shootout, but that won't happen.
He's still $10, Gareth.
No, he's not even in the market.
In the market I'm looking at, he is Cumbria Jack. Yeah.
No, we've got to get him in the market with Bet365. He's not in the market. I'll chase that up.
Anyway, you were optimistic on Traumatised in the Melbourne Cup. He won last week.
And he's drifted.
Did you end up backing him last week?
No, I didn't.
You went off him,
No, because everyone was $26 he is now.
Yeah.
We've got on it. We're on at $26 still.
Oh,
I
that's
thought
okay.
we'd get what about your best bets?
Yeah. And if you want me on for a couple of minutes tomorrow, what do you want to do?
You're on Thursday, Friday, but anything today or tonight that we should be backing?
No.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I like a couple at Sandown. I like a greyhound that is trained by Jihad Talji. He's got another good one.
Yes.
It's called Aussie Moss. Comes from a good litter, Feral Frankie Deep Dive. It's in the final there, Warrigal to Sandown final, race 2, number 7. And I'm keen on one, Gareth. I'm going against my cardinal rule, and I know you're going to get upset at me, but box 8 from the 600, Bel Air Ethel. I think he's a greyhound going places. I think he can get into a nice enough position, race 9, number 8 tomorrow.
And a card that also features heats of the Laurels, where we see, I mean, the Laurels sort of fluctuates in terms of its depth, George, and you're probably a good one to speak to that. But there looks to be some good ones in this series.
There's a greyhound, Gareth, that Jason Thompson has that's had 11 starts for 10 wins and a second from New South Wales. It's called Zipper on Time. It's out of a homebred greyhound called Clock Off, who was no slouch.
Okay.
Its sectionals at Wentworth Park are electric. Can it bring that to Sandown Park tomorrow?
We'll see if JT's any good or not.
Yeah.
Good on you, Georgie.
That ship sailed,
Yeah,
mate.
good on you, Georgie. Good on you, Jace.
Thanks, Steve. Looking forward to our racing.com coverage on
Yes.
Saturday night too for Top Gun night, so that's going to be a beauty.
Thanks for letting me go. I've really loved working with you guys. Now it's going to be a lot of fun. Racing.com, Saturday night.